Alright then, hello. I am not sure what kind of game this is, but it was suggested to me either when I played, let me think, it was either Obra Dinn or Curse of the Golden Idol. So I assume it's some sort of deduction game. What does it say? What happened? The plane crashed last night near Pittsburgh. The only passengers were Carl Roottrees, his wife Brenda, and their 3 daughters, known as the Roottrees sisters. Why were they known as something? Carl Roottrees. Oh, the president of the Roottree Candy Company. Okay, and it's not clear who will succeed him. So far, local police are not sure what caused the crash. They're calling it one of the most deadly plane crashes in Pennsylvania's history. All passengers and crew perished. Pittsburgh is generally the only passengers. Well, who are the crew? Pittsburgh is generally known for pleasant flying conditions, and the weather was not atypical for this time of year. We do not know much at this time, but our sources tell us that local authorities do not suspect terrorism. The crash did not cause any local property damage. Unfortunately, nobody outside the plane was hurt. Funeral plans have not been announced, but you can be sure that the Butler County Times will cover it to the best of our abilities. Influential family, I guess. Might have to mess with the audio settings. The music was extremely loud. Although, to be honest, that sound effects are really loud as well. Maybe I should just drop this and put this back up a bit. I really dislike that clicking sound. Holy. Let's see how this goes. Hey, Lepper. Anything else to say? I don't think so. Let's see what this is. The Roottrees are dead. The mystery begins here. Roottree Mania. This mystery will unlock once you finish The Roottrees Are Dead. Oh shit. Starting up. Okay. December 6th, 1998.
The plane that crashed last night just outside of Pittsburgh is now known to have been the private jet of the Roottrees Corporation. Local aviation authorities have speculated, based on the pilot's final communication, that the winter storm and heavy winds played a significant role in the crash. On board were multiple family members, including corporate president Carl Roottrees and his daughters, the Roottrees sisters, best known for their fashion lines and modeling careers.
Okay.
There were no survivors. Again, for those of you just joining us, the Roottrees are dead.
He actually said the line.
I know it's late, but I'm guessing you've seen the news. In addition to dealing with the grief, the Roottrees Company's lawyers are scrambling.
What is this? Mystery Comics, Tales of Suspense, right, girl.
Everything's about to change. Anyone proven to be a blood relative is about to get much richer. I'm here to ensure everyone is accounted for.
Oh, nice. Payday.
I've heard you're an expert at sorting out complicated family trees.
Oh.
A genealogy genie, as it were. I'm going to give you a quick test. Pass, and I can promise you the job of a lifetime.
Okay. Complete the family tree of the Roottrees sisters. Okay, I guess this is the tutorial. Sleuth. I feel like there's a lot of mixed styles going on. Alright, siblings are in birth order, oldest, youngest. Okay. To-do list, examine my evidence. Got milk picture. Person who hired you gave you this photo with a note attached. This was taken during the shoot for the Roottrees Sisters Got Milk ad. I've tracked down a test photo from before they painted the fake mustaches on, which I thought would be more appropriate considering the circumstances. The ad's copy reads, "You might recognize our faces from the magazine you're reading, or you might recognize our name from the candy bar you're eating. Being a Rootree is a full-time job, but so is growing up. That's why the calcium found in milk is so important. Plus you can't make chocolate without it." Okay. This was provided to you by the mysterious person who showed up at your door. You'll need it to fill in the family tree. It's a lot of Roottrees. Really? Someone's named Candy? Okay. Well, using my detective powers, I have discounted this half of the list. Pretty easy. And I guess all the people... Actually, one of them's married, right? So they might not be Rootree. Okay. Evidence examined. Next up, search the internet for clues. You got it. Internet, welcome.txt. Welcome to the Information Superhighway. Thanks for purchasing a new Cashew PC. Your PC is equipped with a 56K modem, which is fast enough to access any site on the World Wide Web, even those with high-resolution images. 56K, no, am I right? If you find anything interesting, be sure to print it out with your included high-end color laser printer, or burn a music CD to listen to later. If you want to revisit a search result, be sure to use Netscape Explorer's new history feature. Happy surfing, and remember, Cashew PCs are delicious. Cashew PCs are edible, do not try to eat your computer. You already had SDL? Nice. What did I think I was on 56K in 98. Was I? Yeah, definitely. Playing Unreal Tournament in 1999 on a 56K modem, hell yeah. Alright, they've got the sound right, I remember that. Spider search. Okay. For a tip, you can create notes quickly by highlighting text with your mouse. Okay, am I allowed to type anything? Rootree. First few pages are filled with news results about the plane crash. Besides that, there are countless advertisements and conversations about the various products made by the Rootree Candy Company. Most articles mention Carl Rootree, who was the president of the Rootree Candy Company. His daughters are also eulogized, collectively referred to as the Rootree Sisters. They've been famous from a very early age. Alright. The Rootree Sisters. There are... that's kind of cool if you can just search for stuff. There are a lot of obituaries that focus on the Rootree Sisters. Hang on. Wait a second. Zero interest mortgages. Okay. There are a lot of obituaries that focus on the Rootree Sisters modeling careers. You also come across an unofficial Rootree fan site, seemingly curated by a teenager. It's neon pink with purple text and hard to read until you highlight the words. The young webmaster writes, Raina is the most famous because she's the oldest. Alright, nailed it. But Riley is the smart one. Rose is a middle child like me. Alright, Raina, Riley, Rose. Terrible names. You might think they are rich just because they are models, but their dad is also the president of the candy company, and their mom Brenda is a fashion designer. They do the modeling for her brand Root. I eat Rootree candy all the time. My favorite are maple crisps. And try to dress in plaid Root clothes like Riley does in most of the posters. Someday I want to get my ears pierced like Rose. Okay, another clue. Website's author continues to talk about her own life and what she likes about the Root fashion line, but none of it is relevant. Okay. Hold on. Really interested in these maple crisp sweets. Come on, man. Okay, who we got then? Raina is the oldest. Probably got a different surname. Let's go see. Raina. Maybe not. Maybe she kept the name because it's so prestigious and well known. Let's say you're Raina. Occupation, did it say that? Got married to TMS. Who's TMS? TMS is a common abbreviation for early 90s teen heartthrob Tommy Mark Sheridan. His first credited role as Thomas Sheridan was on a soap opera called Time Marches Onward. He skyrocketed to popularity after his starring role on the sitcom Brother Trouble. Since the end of Brother Trouble, he has often been on the cover of tabloids for his supposed drug use and, more recently, his relationship with Raina Roottrees. After a short engagement, they were married in 1997 when she was only 19 and he was 23. Tommy Mark Sheridan. Thomas Sheridan. Okay. What else did I learn? Riley is the smart one, Rose is the middle child. They are models. Is that their occupation? Model. Sure. Rose is middle. Has pierced ears. Interesting. Do I not have a rose? How curious. Where'd that photo go? Someday I want to get my ears pierced like Rose. Is that her then? Does that tell me anything? She's got the engagement ring, so that must be Raina, was it? And the middle one's dressed like a nerd, so she must be the smart one. Right? That makes sense. Who was that? Riley? Alright, we'll go with Riley then. Back to the internet. Who is Rose Roottrees? Rose Roottrees is not as popular as her older sister Raina, but still very well known. Most of the time they're lumped together as Roottrees sisters. Unfortunately, the results for Rose by herself don't lead to anything different than when searching for the sisters together. If someone isn't in the list of the names that your employer provided, doing a deeper dive on what you learn about them will often lead to additional discoveries. A good research tip is to make note of any brand names, books, product lines, or magazines that you don't recognize and search for them. Okay. What do we know about Rose then? Modeling for her brand Root. Their mom Brenda has Root. Okay, anything we know about Rose is she has her ears pierced. Okay. Let's go check out Brenda Root. Brenda Rootree Root. Modeling Root. Alright. Stumble across an auction for a black and blue dress that's a Brenda White original. The auction describes it as a vintage dress from before Brenda became Brenda Rootree and started designing clothes for Root. The white and gold dress itself doesn't seem relevant to your search. Root. Although searches are not case sensitive, if you're searching for something specific, you should keep an eye on how it's spelled and punctuated during your research. Oh yeah, that had a dot at the end. Root, the period is part of the name, is a clothing company. They make clothes for children, from toddlers to teenagers. Though their website is down, likely due to increased web traffic, you find countless retail sites attempting to advertise their clothes towards a target audience. One of them has this to say: "You've spied the Roottrees sisters looking hella fly on catalogs, magazines, and posters. Now you too can be like Riley, Rose, or Raina." You also come across a website from a collector of clothing catalogs. Apparently Root has released 2 catalogs per year, every year since 1984. And Raina appeared on almost all of them. There is only one that the webmaster considers a collector's item enough to mention. It seems that Brenda Rootree, the Rootree sisters' mother and Root's head designer, appeared to on one cover holding her daughter Rose in 1985. The site says this was the only time her daughter was ever listed with her birth name, Carly Rootree. Well, there we go. Alright. Oh, and the photos. Okay, so you don't have any portraits available to add to the inventory. To get started, click on Faces on your Evidence tab. I see. Alright. Ring. So, big front teeth, you're Raina. What else we got? Pierced ears. That was the last one, right? Was it? Let me just check that. I want to get my ears pierced like Rose. Okay. So that's Carly, right? Figure out what's incorrect? Okay. What else are the buttons that we... Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, okay, so I can, like... That's kind of cool. There's my board. Okay. What's this one? Welcome to your notepad. On each page, other than this one, you can jot down important information such as names, family relationships, marital status, sibling count, or anything else you'd like to remember. Tips. Page titles can be renamed to make it easier to remember what you have written on each one. Highlight any text in your web browser or evidence for the quick option to add it to your notes. The entire contents of your notepad are saved even if you quit the game. Don't forget to check them when you return. Family reminders. Siblings, often referred to as brothers and sisters, people that share the same parents. Cousins, people that share the same grandparents but not the same parent. Second cousin, people that share the same great-grandparents but not the same grandparents. Third cousin, people that share the same great-great-grandparents but not the same great-grandparents. Alright. I didn't know that. K-12 stands for Kindergarten 12th grade. This includes all schooling from ages 5 to 18. Schools produce yearbooks, which are albums of staged photos of the students, typically with solid color or cloudy backgrounds. What's this? Don't know where to look next. If you're completely stuck, try talking it through with your rubber duck. Oh, okay. It's the music, I guess. Alright. Now I gotta figure out what I did wrong then. Let's go back to here then. Okay, first of all, I assume I've got the names right, so that's fine. Second of all, I assume they're all models because I haven't seen anything different than that, so that's fine. She's the only one with an engagement ring, so I assume she's the married one. She's the one with the pierced ears, so I assume that's Rose. What have I fucked up? There you go, Nadek. How's it going? Oh, plaid root clothes like Riley does. So is that correct? Yeah. Where have I gone wrong, Roottrees? I got the DLC. Have I got the DLC? Oh, I don't think so. I saw the thing on the main menu though. Yeah, I saw that. I don't think I own it though, but I can always grab it if I like this. Now you two can be like Riley, Rose, or Raina. Wait, hang on. Is there anything wrong, or can I just go... I guess I do have something wrong. Am I stupid? Something wrong? Oh, my viewer can see obviously what's wrong, so yeah, I am stupid. But that's okay, I mean, that's... I'm used to it, it's your problem. You also come across a website from a collector of clothing catalogs. Apparently Root has released 2 catalogs per year. Appeared on one, cover holding her daughter Rose in 1985. It says this was the only time her daughter was ever listed with a birth name, Carly Roottrees. Okay, and that is Rose, right? Yeah. So, youngest, oldest. Have I got that correct? Rose is the youngest, right? Rose is a middle child. Oh, okay. So that's the bit I got wrong. Oops. You guys need to be switched around. I just... No. Alright, so... You can be... Carly. And you can be whoever this was. Riley? Ah, there we go. Well done. 0... Oh, okay. These 3 entries are correct and have been locked. Alright. You've also locked the following optional entry, Sheridan Thomas. Booyah. There we go.
Sorry to test you, but I had to be sure you could use the internet. Some folks refuse to get with the times. Safe to say, you're hired.
Sorry, I thought it was going to be like a cutscene and I'd have time to drink, I guess.
The reward for untangling the family tree is substantial. Life-changing, even. But here's the catch.
And by the way, lady, you better believe I can use the internet. Okay, let me tell you. Oh.
The Roottrees go way, way back. The family tree's a bit daunting. Most people freak out the first time they see the whole thing. But I'm sure you'll be fine.
They freak out the first time they see the whole thing. Ah, right, yeah. A lot of incest, I guess that
The
means.
man who started it was particular about whom he considered family.
Yep, it sounds
For your purposes, you only need his direct blood relatives. Anyone related only by marriage is optional. But filling them in can lead to useful discoveries.
Okay.
Lastly, you now have access to some unique websites, plus a list of notable Roottrees.
I now have access to some unique websites. Okay.
Notable people are easy to find via your search engine, and marked with stars on the family tree.
Okay.
I'm off for now. Carl Roottree had a lot in his office. I'll look for anything useful. I'll return once you identify 6 more blood relatives.
Got it. Hey.
Sorry, one last thing. This might sound odd, but if anyone else claiming to represent the Roottrees reaches out, I'd appreciate you not mentioning I was here. Thank you, and good luck.
Okay. I'm not even sure if I caught your name, to be quite honest. Sleuth. I mean, it's not that big. You should see how big my dynasty gets in CK3. I mean, goddamn. This is nothing. Before the person who hired you returns, every time you get 3 additional blood relatives in the family tree completely correct, name, occupation, portrait, they will be locked in. All non-blood relatives and small portraits are optional, but placing them in the tree helps remove extra names and photos. Okay. Top secret. You can open this envelope after the whole family tree has been filled in. It has 2 names that must be typed in manually. The clues are obscure, have been intentionally hidden in the past, and may even require some leaps in logic. Try to keep an eye out for any inconsistencies. Interesting. Split up. Don't forget, family trees use surnames from birth, even if the person changed their last name after marriage. Oh, I see. Always use a person's most recent occupation. Okay. Any other tips lurking around here? Guardian, adoption or otherwise. Oh, so this was a child from this relationship, and then this became the guardian, okay. Genealogy for dunces. That's me. Oh yeah, what's all... Once you verify this person, you'll be able to add bonus photos. Okay. What's this? Okay. The Roottrees Candy Company, founded in 1908 by Gwyneth and Elias. You need 3 more correct blood relatives before they will lock in. Well, surely this will be easy to figure out, right? The Roottrees Candy Company. Oh, what's this? The Roottrees sisters and their parents died in a plane crash on December 6th, 1998. The next evening, a shadowy figure appeared at your door and said the lawyers were looking to sort out the family tree. After a quick test, the figure gave you access to some resources. This included a list of notable Roottrees. The return in the time it took to fill out 6 more blood relatives. Okay. Also, you know this is Brenda, right? Because she wasn't a Roottree originally. Right? It's not important, but I guess I'll double check the modeling website. Notable Rootrees. This is a list of notable Rootrees. The person who gave you this list said everyone on it could be found easily via your search engine. Any entry on the family tree that belongs to someone on this list will be marked with a star. Okay. Easy to find online. Intuition. At the start of your search, the notables list sets off alarm bells. A list of famous people that you can find via search engine. It's pretty rare to get something that useful. Best take advantage of it. As you progress, these numbers will change. Whenever you find more evidence or lock in family members, new discoveries will be added to the list, and old evidence become less useful. Piece of evidence seems too good to be true. Take a closer look at the people or phrases it mentions. Often the most satisfying revelations come from retracing a past you thought was fully explored, armed with a new perspective. Sometimes the reason certain evidence has such high value is because it can lead to finding more evidence. Okay. So what, this is valuable by 35 points? Is that what that means? This is 11 points of value. This is an advertisement for 5 pieces aimed at kids from the magazine Teen Blast. It mentions that the 5 pieces were named as such because the original creator had 5 children. The ad also mentions that the current 5 flavors are not the same as back then. Okay. There's 5 flavors because the original inventor had 5 kids. Maybe that's why kids still love them. Radical new flavors. Because it's no longer the 1820s, I guess? What even is an elderberry anyway? This is done. Okay. You have an illegitimate uncle? What's an illegitimate? Show marketing items. Oh, okay. Show text items. Okay. Alright. Was I correct about that? Is this not where I saw that? Brenda Roottrees. Yeah, Brenda White, okay. Okay, that's probably right then. What's it called? Periodicals. Oh. Cool. Public library. Oh shit. Let's see. The Roottrees Candy Company. Let's start with basics. The Roottrees Candy Company. Mixed in with the recent news of the plane crash, there are a lot of results. Extremely popular candy products. Their official website is unstable due to traffic. However, you find a direct link to the history section that manages to work momentarily. Roottrees Candy Company was founded by Elias Roottrees shortly after he married his wife, Gwyneth, whose family owned a small farm called the Anderson Maple Farm. I guess she's Gwyneth Anderson then? Reasons that aren't explained on the page, it has no CEO and no stockholders. Instead, it's run by a president with input and votes from an extended family. The site does mention that every president has been a direct descendant of Elias and Gwyneth, including Carl Roottrees, who despite his death is listed as the current president. Oh, so that must be their dad, right? Yeah, Carl. CEO. Let's see, I don't know. Product that put them on the map were the 5 pieces, maple candies with 5 different flavors that are dipped in crispy, crackly candy coating. Since then, they have branched out to countless other products, all of which incorporate maple in some way. But shouldn't clothing okay. Very cool. So if we can find a photograph of Carl, bang. Already nailed one. Blowing through this game. Oh, does this not have photo with this? Carl Roottrees? I need to... Oh, okay. Carl Roottrees died in the recent plane crash along with his wife Brenda Roottrees and their daughters, the Roottrees sisters. He was the president of the Roottrees Candy Company as... Oh right, it doesn't have a CEO. As a president. Or, no, it said he's still listed as the... Hang on, what did it say? It has no CEO and no stock. It's run by a president. Okay, president. Told you I was stupid. President fifth? Fourth maybe? Good enough for now. Roottrees. It is with heavy heart we mourn the loss of Carl, Brenda, the Roottrees sisters, and the other employees that perished in the terrible tragedy. The entire Roottrees family is in shock and requesting privacy at this time. As the head of our company, Carl was an incredible man and an unmatched leader. Filling his absence will be difficult and may take considerable time. In the interim, we hope that you join us in looking back fondly on Carl and his family's triumphs and accomplishments. One of them seems relevant to your search. Like his great-grandfather before him, Carl earned the highly prestigious Watchman of the Year title. Okay. New periodical added Business Watch. Ah, okay. I guess that's where we get a photo. Business Watch magazine is a magazine focused on companies, CEOs, and the economy. They've been around for over 100 years in one form or another and will often write about major changes in management of famous companies. Every year, they offer an award to prominent businessman. Call this Watchman of the Year. You find through a few searches that 2 Roottrees have been featured as Watchman of the Year: Elias Roottree and Carl Roottree. This game is Oberdin, but instead of a magic watch, you have the magic of the World Wide Web. I love the magic of the World Wide Web. Elias, interesting. Did it say his great-grandfather? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. Maybe we'll get a photo of Elias then as well. Okay, Business Watch, Watchman of the Year. Oh, maybe not. Carl Roottree, 1987. Oh, there we go. Carl Roottree was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987 for his work with Root. The cover and a summary of the article has been added to your evidence. Notes from the article and a scan someone made of the cover have been added to your evidence. Shows the printer icon while it prints. Okay. Carl Roottree grabs life by the roots. Okay, guys, branding issue. Okay, the period is part of the brand name, so... Also, our ongoing coverage of who's in the corporate world. Carl Roottree was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987, and a photo of him appears on the cover. According to the cover, Business Watch is the magazine for and about corporate leaders and has ongoing coverage of who's who in the corporate world. Carl was chosen not for his work at Roottrees Candy, but rather at clothing company Root. There's a brief history before they married. Carl's wife Brenda was a fashion consultant. Don't think I need a profession for her, do I? When Raina was born, Brenda retired to become a stay-at-home mother. Looking for a creative outlet, spent many free time in a sewing machine. Brenda's new clothes were a hit with other parents, including Carl's cousin Jim Roottree. Okay. Notable singer who had a young daughter around the same age as Raina. Carl's cousin Jim Roottree. How many cousins you got, buddy? Yeah, a few. Let's see, what's that notebook? Carl has a cousin named Jim. Who is a singer? By 1982, Brenda's patterns were being copied by other brands. Seeing the demand, Carl and his second cousin Ernie Jr., who had just become president of Roottree at the time, spearheaded Root. Okay, so Carl has a second cousin called Ernie Jr. who was president of Roottrees in 1982. Other blood relatives who have a say in the company's finances refused to fund anything other than candy, so Carl personally spent his entire inheritance to bankroll the clothing company. When the profits began to appear, the rest of the family changed their tune. They repaid his investment, and now Root exists under the umbrella of the candy company, and they all benefit. Per tradition, or perhaps superstition, new clothes always debuted the way the first ones did. Raina became their catalog's cover model. As she grew, the product line expanded to older kids as well. Her younger sisters were then recruited to show off the baby clothes. Carl was voted Watchman of the Year primarily for his personal gamble and the ensuing payoff. Okay. Check out this guy. Elias Roottree was voted Watchman of the Year by Business Watch in 1986, and a painting of him appears on the cover. The magazine says he was voted Watchman of the Year specifically to recognize the global rollout of 5 pieces. Remember when you could buy a copy of Business Watch for 10 cents? Oof, those were the days. Inside the article is a timeline of 5 pieces. 1908, Elias forms a Roottree candy company after marrying his wife, inherited a maple farm. During the period before 5 pieces, the company is barely profitable. Elias has a daughter, the first of 5 children. Okay, where's the name? Come on. 4 more follow, leading to... Elias invents 5 pieces. Each of the 5 flavors is chosen based on the initials of his 5 children. 1 flavor per child. Interesting. 5 pieces were first sold in some Pittsburgh markets. New recipe and flavor is finalized, and the candy begins nationwide distribution in department stores and other shops everywhere. Every available maple farm in Pennsylvania. What a great pretender name. In preparation for their global rollout. With the help of his son Elias Roottree Jr.'s architecture firm, a new industrialized factory and warehouse are built in Butler County. Production is tripled worldwide. Distribution begins. There's also a What's Next section that claims Elias is going to pivot to ensuring his company's legacy and that the Roottree Candy Company remains a family business. He plans to do this with the Clansed Trust. Okay. A lot of stuff here. Can I edit this? Carl, the most recent death guy. Okay. First daughter of Elias. No. First oldest child of Elias is a woman. And where is that picture of the candies? We got SCBAP. Oh, one of them was elderberry. Okay. Okay. That's slightly annoying. So is this B or R? God damn it. Alright, we'll come back to that. Actually, no, I'll just make a note of it. Can I move this over? Wait, move it? No. Alright, so we want S, C, E, A. There's definitely an E. S, C, P, A, E. some names that begin with those letters. Alright, we good here? Evidence? I'm gonna stick photos in there. Alright. You are Carl. Alright. Evidence. Give me that face. You too, buddy. Alright. Elias. Rootree. Wait, how many Eliases are there? Oh, Elias C, and Elias M. Alright, I didn't notice there's any middle initials. You are Gwyneth. I think the farm was Anderson, right? You're probably the first president, if I had to guess. And you are... already forgotten. Gwyneth Anderson. Gwyneth Anderson. Oh, I got a photo. You find some information on a website for the first Anderson Maple Farm. There are a few pictures, including a famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth. The photo was added to your evidence. Before marrying Elias, Gwyneth Rootree was Gwyneth Anderson. She had no other brothers, so as the oldest sister, she was to inherit the Anderson Maple Farm, so long as she married. Before Elias took over, the farm produced only syrup. It was supposedly Elias's idea to create candy instead. The success was not immediate until they decided to combine the maple with other flavors. This led to 5 pieces, which are still found in stores today. Though the Rootree Candy Company expanded well beyond their original farm, it has been preserved as a tourist attraction. Okay. Damn, what a babe. This is a famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth Rootree taken in 1909. What you found searching the internet, it seems quite difficult to find any site about Elias or Gwyneth that isn't accompanied by this picture. Elias and Gwyneth are on the notable Rootrees list in your evidence. They'll be marked on the chart with a star. Alright, so far so good. What else am I gonna do? I can't remember if it said what his wife did other than just owning the farm. I guess it'll come back around, right? Alright, what have I got so far then? Okay, so until I got 3, I don't know if any of them are correct. Is that how it works? This might not be 4th president, that might be the wrong Elias, blah blah blah. That's fine. I don't need the profession for Brenda. Once you verify this person, you'll be able to add bonus photos. Okay. I know this is the oldest daughter, but it didn't say... It didn't give me a name, did it? Okay. And what do I know so far? Okay. It's got a cousin named Jen. A second... Alright, remind me, what is a second cousin? Where's that... Where's that thing gone? Second cousin. Second cousin. People that share the same great-grandparents, but not the same grandparents. Okay. Okay, so... It's someone in this tier? Is that correct? Bizarre. Alright, let's Google someone then. Oh, not Google, whatever. Carl Rootree, we looked at. Elias and Gwyneth. Actually, did I just Google Carl? Probably, right? Let's do that one more time. Carl Rootree. Yeah. Okay. Gwyn Rootree. Red Rootree. Oh, Jim Rootree. I wonder if that is the Jim. Miracle Jr. I'm gonna look into Jim Rootree. Sounds like a great guy. Jim Rootree. James Rootree is a singer who sings in the duo Jim and Diamond with his wife Diamond LaRue. Actually, that's not going to help me actually place him though, is it? How would I place someone? I'd need to find out this guy's parents. That would let me place someone, right? Is that something I can... I mean, if it doesn't say his parents in the Carl Rootree search, I just won't be able to get them though, will I? So what else could I also do? I could also do... It would make sense if this was Gwyn then, right? Let's see. Alright, Jim, I'm ignoring you for a second. Where's Gwyn? Find some information on the double T tripped you up. You find some information on a website about oil films that are not yet available on VHS. The site is not very well organized, and the search is broken, but you can get to individual pages from your search engine. Gwyn Rootree is a somewhat well-known actress who was active in the 1950s. She often appeared in tabloids, especially around the time of a highly publicized divorce. Not you, then. I take it split up means divorce, right? So there aren't actually that many divorces, are there? I just realized this person isn't marked with a star, so it wouldn't be anyone on the list, would it? So I just have to look at the guys with stars and see if there's a divorcee. Which is only you, isn't it? So, you are Gwyn. And you are... actress, was it? Already forgotten. Somewhat well-known actress who was active in the 1950s. Yeah, okay. Their biggest role was the minor hit movie Guys Like Us. She left Hollywood after the flop of Christmas Mission. There's a widely circulated picture of Gwyn from behind the scenes on one of her movies, which you've added to evidence. Did you know trivia? Gwyn was the granddaughter of Elias Rootree. Okay, daughter, granddaughter, yep. She shouldn't have been named Rootree, but her father took her mother's famous name, which was quite rare in those days. I see. So this is also a woman. Okay. Wonder if I should be making pages instead of... Let's see. Gwyn Rootree's primary parent is a woman. I understand what that means. Well, that was stylish. Look at that. Why doesn't it do that on the evidence screen? Okay. Guys Like Us, Christmas Mission. Find some information on a website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. The site is not very well organized, the search is broken. Guys Like Us is a 1953 film in which two secretaries cut their hair short and pose as businessmen to get ahead in life until one of them falls in love with their client and hilarity ensues. I love it when hilarity ensues. Starring Gwyn Rootree, Leslie Florence, and Harrison Lane. The title is a play on words, as it can be read that the two women are men similar to other men, or that the men are fond of them. I see. That's very clever. Why would I Google these people, I wonder? Let's find out. Who's Leslie Florence? Alright, not a big... Harrison Lane. Harrison Lane was a television actor with a major role in Guys Like Us and some other films. His largest role before Guys Like Us was the villain in the first season of Western Frontiers. Lane back to play the villain's twin brother, this time as a hero joining the protagonist. Western Frontiers has no connection to the Roottrees. Harrison Lane seemed to be a dead end. Alright, don't roast me, I'm just interested. Okay. What about Christmas Mission? Christmas Mission is on a page called Flops. Alright, Flops. That's the only result. It was a war movie about World War I released in 1955 that was received poor reviews and lost the studio money. When Roottrees had a role as a soldier's wife who wrote him letters from home. You find no relevant information. Okay. Alright. So this was Jim. This photo is a widely circulated photo of Green Roottrees. You've seen it on multiple websites. Okay. Ruins the immersion. Okay. That's in, and that's in, and that's in. So I have them wrong. I'm probably the wrong, like, job or the wrong name or whatever. That one seems pretty solid though, right? Did it say who Gwyn's spouse was? No. Alright, what was this? Jim and Diamond. As seen in MMM. Only the great-grandson of Elias Roottree could make disco this sweet. Peter Janowitz, MMM. Rolling on Down to the City was barely a top 20 hit for a few weeks in 1979. According to the liner notes, it satirizes how a part of society was content to remain indifferent to economic inflation and civil unrest in the Middle East. Unless pop culture tricked them into caring. Somewhat ironically, listeners didn't seem to pay attention to the lyrics enough to trick them into caring. Instead, most of its play came from roller discos. Because it was such a product of its time, it doesn't get much play anymore, even on stations that play oldies. Maybe that's why you've never heard of it before now. This image is from an auction for a sealed copy. It has a sticker that says, "Only the great-grandson of Elias Roottree could make disco this sweet." It is credited to Peter Janowitz from MMM. Iman LaRue. The lyrics of this song contain no clues. Lyrics. We're rolling on down to the city. Saturday night and you're quite a sight. The world might be burning, but I'm feeling right. Making ends meet to pay rent and eat. We can't afford gas, so we skate in the street. The guys all rush to say that I'm pretty. Ladies blush and find me so witty. They're out of luck tonight. What a pity. We're rolling on down to the city. On wheels we glide, with you by my side. Inflation is rising, but so is our pride. Pick our own fate, make love, not hate. They fight overseas, but we'd rather skate. The guys all rush to say that I'm pretty. Ladies blush and find me so witty. They're out of luck tonight, what a pity. We're rolling on down to the city. Politicians at large are all hopeless. The bankers in charge are all clowns. But parties sell better than protests. So signs up while we boogie down, 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 down. Alright. Powerful stuff there from Jim Roottrie. What else we got? MMM and Peter Janowitz. Maybe this will lead to a magazine search thing. Let's find out. Does just searching for M get me anything? It does. Modern Music Monthly, a magazine from the 40s to the early 80s. It went out of business due to high competition from much more major publications. Peter Janowicz seemed to be a music critic. Seemed to be. You find him mentioned on a fan website about a band unrelated to the Roottrees. He used to work for Modern Music Monthly before the magazine went under. Diamond LaRue, I think it was. Oops. James Roottree is a singer who sings in the duo Jim and Diamond with his wife Diamond LaRue. The duo, according to many sources you find, is considered a one-hit wonder due to the disco song Rollin' On Down to the City. It's now in your evidence folder. Although Jim writes the majority of his songs, plays the guitar and often sings, Diamond is considered by fans to be the band's lead singer. The band never had another hit, but has its fans who refer to themselves as Diamond's Dazzlers. The rest of their music is more folksy and acoustic than the one song they were known for. Jim and Diamond have continued to release music through the 80s and early 90s. Other albums you find mentioned are Cherry Tree and Sound of Laughter. Jim has become a bit of a recluse and he hasn't made a public appearance since 1996. Respect, me neither. Cherry Tree, Sound of Laughter, Diamond's Dazzlers. Okay, you guys have got to have a GeoCities website. I'm doing wolf.jpg. Diamond's Dazzlers is the name of the official fan club for Jim and Diamond. You find a forum post. Personally, I'm in the unofficial fan club. It's way cooler. You find a forum post called Cool Things You Got in the Mail on a random forum about video games. One reply mentions that Jim and Diamond still send out a Christmas card every year to Diamond's Dazzlers. It's accompanied by some pictures as well as some history about the fan club. Apparently, even though it is no longer available to join, Jim and Diamond still honor themselves personally. There's a fierce debate in the subsequent post about whether that's cool or pathetic. Amongst the pictures of Christmas cards from over the years, only one is relevant. The card from 1996 included pictures of Jim and Diamond's young son, Wolf, as well as a note about his daughter's band, the Floozies. Floozies are an all-female punk band operating out of New York City and mentioned in passing in an online review from earlier this year. Apparently they were opening act for the band the reviewer actually came... They were the opening act for the band the reviewer actually came to see. The reviewer writes that she normally doesn't review the opening act, but this one was unusual, and not because of the music, which she described as loud, fast, and repetitive, but not in the good way. The trio was extremely cagey about their identities. The reviewer asked the venue who they were, and she was told they were rumored to be the children of other famous musicians and didn't want to be why they became popular. The reviewer also mentioned that for an underground and unknown band with absolutely no following, their equipment was all extremely expensive. And not only were they selling CDs, but they only cost $1. They were probably losing a fortune. The reviewer said although she bought a copy, she would be unlikely to ever listen to any of it again, except maybe Beef Baby, the 7th track. There is no picture of the Floozies performing live, but the cover from the CD they were selling, Conquista Boar, has been added to your evidence. Okay, now I have to search for Beef Baby. Beef Baby is a song by the Floozies. You can't actually find anything else about it anywhere, but with a name like that, it's hard not to speculate on the subject matter, isn't it? Could it be a euphemism? Or about a newborn cow? Perhaps the Floozies are holding a grudge against a toddler. It certainly piques your curiosity. If only you had the time or resources to look into it further. I think this went out of business before. Jim. A review and interview from 1979 titled A Reluctant Hitmaker, Jim Goes Into His First Band. Until a few years ago, Diamond and I were in C&J J&D with my cousin and his ex. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me. Okay. So Jim and Diamond, Clark and someone. Jane? Give me that notebook. Jim and Diamond. Jim's, who's this? Our grandpop. So Jim's cousin, Clark, and Jane. Okay. result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actually sisters. Oh, okay. So the four of us had sort of a cutesy family band thing going on. So, okay. So Jane and Diamond have the same... I wonder if LaRue is her real surname. Not that they're important, but... Let's see. Not our finest hour. Regardless, when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her younger sister, everything exploded. No more family band. Oh. Alright then. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even then, we never agreed on what it should be. He was always more interested in catchy tunes, something you hum a week later. I've been told Roland is like that, but that wasn't my goal. When he called me up and said he liked it, I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction musically. That made him laugh, but I'm trying to make art. I don't mind saying any of this because he'd agree. Most of the decade he was a mess, but he's a lot happier now. He started Raffatunes. Alright, yeah, I can highlight stuff, can't I? He started Raffatunes, and he's a much better jingle writer than songwriter. What does this do? Oh, that would be way more useful. Okay. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. That's also how my father was connected to Roottrees. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls over the record player. I was never interested. I just went straight for the music. I guess Clark was paying more attention. All of his old ad campaigns. Okay. Raffatunes. Printing Raff LaRue. Clark Rafferty LaRue's... Oh, I see. A website about Raffatunes, Clark Rafferty LaRue's advertising firm. Alright, I'm getting mixed up who's related to who now. On it there is an about page, and you find a picture labeled The Inspiration for the Famous Super Bowl ad campaign. Below that is more detail. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children, and when his wife was trying to get his youngest, Katrina, to calm down for the picture, he had the idea for the Roottrees Super Bowl ad. Okay. Clark Rafferty LaRue has a youngest daughter named Katrina. Hello? Clark Rafferty LaRue has a youngest daughter whose youngest daughter is Katrina. Alright. Had the idea for the Roottrees Super Bowl ad. Roottrees Super Bowl ad. The Roottrees Maple Super Bowl commercial from 1994 has a family bickering in a department store, and the father bites into a Roottrees Maple Crisp. Time stops, and a jingle plays while he dances down the aisle. As he does, different things in the department store become Roottrees candy. For example, a bed that the father collapses onto becomes a giant chocolate bar. The jingle, Need the Rest, went on to be featured in other commercials with other scenarios. This is a famous jingle for the Roottrees Maple Crisps originating in the Super Bowl commercial. The jingle goes, "When you're surrounded by madness and mayhem, reach for the best. There's enough there to share, but let's face it, you need the rest." Okay, what have I learned so far? We have found a picture of a Christmas card from Jim and Diamond to their fan club in 1996, 2 years ago. Oh, okay. This is Wolf. The description said it included a picture of his son, Wolf, listening to his parents' latest music. I mean, he looks like he's loving it. He found this photo on the Raffatunes website. It was labeled the inspiration for the famous ad campaign. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children, and while his wife was trying to get Katrina, his youngest, to calm down for the picture, he had the idea for the Roottrees Super Bowl ad. So that would be Katrina. That would be Clark. That's Jane, was it? This is unknown. Conquista Boar. CD from a band called The Floozies that is only available at their live shows. Credits on the cover say guitars, vocals, Candy Roottree. That would be you then. Bass, Nikki, drums, Nina. Already lost track of who's who's related to who, unfortunately. Is there anyone I can slot in? Probably not. Someone... This guy's cousin is Jim, right? They have the son Wolf. Yeah, I've forgotten where these people come in. Bluesies. Remind me, how did we find these? Were they also Jim's kids? I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it. Let's, look for Carl, look for Elias and Gwyneth. Actually, have I googled the exact phrase Elias and Gwyneth Roottree? Maybe that'll get something specific. Elias and Gwyneth Roottree. Is there an E in Gwyneth? Yes. Hey. Oh, okay. Alright. Can I find out which Elias the first Elias is? No. I can't just, you know, because I can't just search for Elias C. Roottree, can I? Because it's not gold starred. Okay. Gwyneth Red Roottree. Alright. Red Roottree. Who are you? Aloysius Herring Roottree. Incredible. AKA Red was an appointed judge and politician who earned his nickname ironically because he was the ambassador to Ireland for only about 6 days. Okay. So we got this guy's name and profession at least. He served what some people contend is the shortest term in history. A few days after he was appointed, he was heard disparaging his position and the Irish people. He then tried to run for state senate. He claimed to be related to the Roottree Candy Company in a newspaper ad. It came out that the last name was merely a coincidence, and he was defeated in a landslide. What? Let's say he's not part of the... Maybe this was, what do you call it? Not true. Okay. Jim Roottree, Lauren Roottree. Author Lauren Roottree. Okay, author. A distant relative of the Roottrees sisters. What does that mean, distant relative? Does that have a specific meaning? Probably not, right? No. Is known for her book A Life Between Wars. According to a website about famous authors, in the early 1960s, Lauren released a few romance novels under her married name, Lauren Rafferty. Oh, okay, so there's a Rafferty again. To little fanfare. When a publisher learned she had been keeping diaries about her famous family, they insist she release them under her original name, Lauren Roottree, to take advantage of her family's notoriety. Okay. The selection of diary entries released... So this would be a Roottree who's then... Okay, I get it. Selection of diary entries released in 1965 as A Life Between Wars spans from the untimely death of her husband in World War II, coping with the post-war world as a young widow and mother, as well as her perspectives on changing times and socialites all the way through the entry into Vietnam. While the content is not considered particularly relevant to modern audiences, it has found new life as an exercise in high school English classes to show an evolution in writing style and for a look into life in previous generations. After the success of her diaries, her publisher re-released her romance novels under the name Lauren Roottree. This included Romance in Court, which gained popularity. He followed the re-release up by writing 2 new sequels, creating what fans referred to as the Court Jester series. You find no recent details about Lauren, though she is listed as retired. I wonder if she remarried. Do I have... Got a few more people who... 2 others. If the spouse just dies, it wouldn't say anything, would it? I assume it would if they remarried, though. Okay, so let's see. A Life Between Wars. You do find that because the diary has been reprinted recently for schools, it is available in a lot of libraries. Oh. Oh. Lauren Roottree? I just do a blank search? No. A Life Between Wars, was it? Oh shit. It seems you've hit the jackpot here. This is a book occasionally taught in schools. You even find a hardcover edition for students that has full-page, high-quality pictures in it. A summary of the contents of the book, photos, as well as some particularly relevant entries from the diary have been added to your evidence. Okay. What else was there? Romance in Court. Romance novel by Lauren Roottree. The About the Author blurb mentions she had the inspiration from one of her brother Clancy's lectures on the Middle Ages. Okay. Lauren Roottree's brother Clancy lectures on the Middle Ages, apparently. Can I actually just search for Clancy Roottree now, I wonder? No. Alright, what if I just... Oh, that is... Oh, okay. So it was literally a red herring, okay. Let's see then. What? Seven. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I see. Okay. A Life Between Wars. Excerpts from the Diary of a Rootree. Schoolbound Publishing. Lauren Rootree captures the evolution in perspective from adolescence to adulthood. Butler County Times. Butler County Times, you say? Butler County is located outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, while the Roottrees County Company now has its headquarters in the city. It began on a small farm within the Butler County limits. The Butler County Times is presumably a local paper there. There are likely articles from over the years involving the Roottrees family and those adjacent to them. As a side note, a video game called The Roottrees Are Dead was once set in Butler County, and it turns out the creator never lived in or near Butler County, or even had any connection to Butler County. Well, there you go. I just put Roottrees. The Butler County Times has played host to many Roottrees advertisements over the years for many of their products, including 5 pieces. They flood the results. Butler County Times reviewed Lauren's diary, A Life Between Wars. They go into a bit of Lauren's history. She grew up around the famous Roottrees family. She wrote some romance books involving historical figures such as pirates and knights that were released under her married name, Rafferty. Now her diary is being released under her birth name, Roottrees. The reviewer gives it a 4 out of 5 and claims it captures the evolution in perspective from adolescence to adulthood and a true feeling of change in society across multiple decades. They call special attention to the author's recollection of the day she heard that her husband Jacob died in the war. Okay. And how times have changed in the more than 20 years between the first and last diary entry. The writer of the review mentions that because the majority of the interactions in the book took place in Butler County, including many locations they personally recognized, it made everything feel more real and perhaps contributed to a higher score than it would have received otherwise. They end the review with, "Don't forget, you can find this and many other books at your local library." Okay. Let's see. Below are notes and observations you made while skimming through the diary. Lauren Roottrees is on the notable list. Okay. Book was published. Wait, let me just check again as well. There aren't that many notables left, are there? It should be one of these based on age, right? So it'll be one of those two. Most important event that much... 1940 to 1965. Loss of her husband Jacob. Jacob died in the final months of World War II while Lauren was pregnant. Left her to raise her son Clark alone. Lauren never remarried and only had one child. It's a shame you can't just build the cards without them being in a position, you know what I mean? And then just move them into position when you know where they are. I guess there's nothing stopping you from just doing that, is there? Just pick this one and go, yeah, sure. This can be Lauren. Although, yeah, she was originally a Roottrees and then she married Jacob, whatever, okay. She's an author. And that's her. Okay. Oh, Lauren never remarried and only had one child. Oh, okay. So, one child, okay. Skimming the pages of the diary, you glean the following information. She was the granddaughter of Eliath and Gwyneth on her father's side. Granddaughter. Yep. So... I mean, this is a man? I guess it would have to be, wouldn't it? Or would it? I don't know. Granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on her father's side. Her mother's family was called the Cossals. Oh yeah, okay. But she hardly ever mentions them. Okay. Her father, who she always refers to as Pop, was the head lawyer for the Roottrees Candy Company and helped write a legal document called the Clancy Trust. Oh yeah, I meant to search for that. Okay, a lot in this paragraph. Alright, you know what? Yeah, just highlight all that. That's fine. It's clear from the context that Roottrees have internal shorthand names for the different generations of their family. Lauren uses them often. 5 pieces. The first generation of children by Gwyneth and Elias. Lauren's father was in this generation. Also, I guess we don't know this guy's real name, do we? Because he'd be one of... Well, I mean... Maybe his real name is Pop. That would be insane. The next generation, Lauren's generation, the Free Spirits, the generation after Lauren's, including her son. Okay. Okay. What else we got? Complaints. An entry entitled Complaints from Lauren Roottrees' diary. Written in 1953, this entry seems to focus specifically on one of Lauren's family members, Gwyn, who is on the notable Roottrees list, okay? Seems everyone has something to complain about. Gwyn, as an only child, complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after 3 younger brothers didn't feel like a blessing. It fell on deaf ears. Alright, so this one is, yeah, I wish I could move this thing. Alright. Lauren. Author. Aha. So just one of them's wrong. Okay, nice. So, I guess it makes sense that this guy is the most recent president then, since she just died. I wasn't sure if that was just like a random... Like, maybe we'd find out who the next guy is going to be president, and that'd be that, but... That's probably correct as well. Gwen is an only child complaining of loneliness. I told her that being expected... During the summer where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot, I hoped she would be the sister I never had, and that I'd do the same for her. I even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the 2 of them. What a mess. Aunt Margot. Where are Aunt Margot? So that means... That implies her mother is Margot, right? Let's see. Gwyn Roottrees' primary parent. Okay. Is there a Margot Roottree? There is. Okay. I did the same for her. I even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the 2 of them. What a mess. But she just complained. To her, I was the lucky cousin. Now she's off living the glamorous life while I'm stuck here with Clark. I must admit, seeing her everywhere contributes to my unhappiness. Her visage stares at me even now from my coffee table. She gets to be in Starlet and tell tales of how she gallivants around the world, kissing the likes of Harrison Lane and Wild Bill Williams. She's the first Rootree woman to be anything other than a housewife, and I am jealous. If I were not a single mother, could I make my own way in this world? But I'm off topic. A girl with all the luck in the world was jealous of me, and now, though I have been undoubtedly burdened by terrible tragedy, I am also lucky to be born into a family that can support me for eternity. I can raise a child without worry, unlike countless other widows. If any of them were to hear me complaining, they would rightfully scoff just like I do at Gwen. And yeah, I know her son is Clark, don't I? So... Clark. Rafferty. Do I know any other any other Raffertys? Oh yeah, his husband is Jacob, right? Yeah. Okay. This is all good. This is pointless. Alright, I'll come back to that. A lot going on in this book. This is like a useful book. Dynasty. Focuses on the day her grandfather Elias announced he would step down as president and the meeting to determine his successor. I wish I'd been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granted was furious, none of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding on to it so long. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody's got time for candy. With the 5 pieces refusing to step up, it came down to us next-gens. Okay. No one in the first generation are president, I guess? Pop argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family since we still have the Rootree name. Not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who was volunteered. Instead it ended up going to Zach. Okay. Is there a Pop, by the way? That would be so convenient. Pop? No. Pop argued at length that the company should stay with the branch of the family. Instead, it ended up going to Zach. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the first birth son of the firstborn 5-piece. Okay. I guess that could be this person if this was a girl, right? Okay. Keep that in the bank. I'm not sure how that's relevant to running a company, but Granite has always had a very particular views when it came to his bloodline. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie is older than Zach. I wonder if that... Okay, maybe this is Angie then? Angela? Angelica Morden. That would make you Zach Mariah Morden. And I'm next oldest of us all. Is that correct? Oh. Well, now I'm confused. This is the eldest son of the eldest 5-piece. And I'm next oldest of us all. Oh yeah, I guess that still works. And just because these are in oldest order doesn't mean these will then also be. Yeah, they could have had this. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that still works. New game? Yep. We are... We're a genealogy detective. After all, Angie's older than Zach, and I'm next oldest as well, but he just laughed. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick-witted, at least with Cat remark counted, maybe they wanted it to go to the only members of the family who looks like he samples the product. Alright. So Zach's a big fat guy. Good. An entry entitled Sam from Lauren Roottrees' diary, written in 1963. From a previous entry, you learn that Elias Roottree had given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time. Lauren writes, why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters, and Grandad had a brother or two. I was told, trim their branches from the family tree, so why is Sam special? Nothing adds up, and I'm not the only one to realize. Granny had sisters. Right. And Grandad had a brother or two. Alright, totally irrelevant to us. Why is Sam special? Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwyn's in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boys. So is that another one of this generation? Let's see. Oh no, Miracle's boy is... She wouldn't refer to... No, that would be Pop, wouldn't it? Miracle's boy is... Maybe... I guess this could be Miracle, and then these two would be... We'll come back to that. Spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. That's probably an Elias Jr., right? Okay, Elias Jr. married to Patsy. At the reception, when I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me and said it was complicated. Is Sam going to be this thing, do you think? Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands, EC and John, when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three are on the books. Okay. I wonder... Sam Roottrees? Sam... Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother. Are there two Elis? Oh, right. Elias, okay. There'll be one of these, won't it? Okay, so this is probably Miracle. God damn it. It has to be the first one, though. Miracle's youngest, not my brother. Okay, so let's say this is Miracle Jr., which would make this Miracle third. Okay. Is that correct? I feel like I just got that wrong, actually. What did this say? Eli, Miracle's youngest. Right. Yeah, I got that the wrong way around, didn't I? So that would make you... You're... No, fuck, I can't work this out, can I? Your youngest will be Eli and Eli, so it's not that. That means you would be Miracle Jr., which means you would be Miracle third. Okay, I think that's correct. And then this is an Elias. Right? Right. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother. Eli, Miracle's youngest. And then you also have an Elias as a brother. Okay. Okay. Even chimed in. Apparently when he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli certainly seems thrilled. At the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider has cozied into family affairs, especially one who works on the farm of all places. Whatever happened to blood is thicker than syrup? Why is Granddad making an exception now? Gee, I wonder. I suppose there's an Elias M, is there? There is. I mean, if I was a guy named Miracle, with a son named Miracle Jr. or whatever, that would make sense to me. Well, this person is starred. Hang on. Is there a Miracle Jr.? I got that correct? Oh yeah, well, there we go then. Perfect. Alright. Clark. Clark's getting married and, in my opinion, far too young. He's barely 18 for God's sake, and Danielle isn't much older. But openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. After all, Jacob and I got married at 16. Okay. So, Clark, I'm going to assume first wife then, at 18. Married to Danielle. Okay. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person can spend? They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. The only one who has any discipline is Carl, but that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Okay. Carl. Clancy. I've got your dad. Clancy Roottrees. God! I wonder then, if you're his first son, that would probably make you Clancy Jr. and you would be Clancy Edward. Is there... Okay. Looks good. Now, in all of this stuff, did I happen to find out who Pop's wife was called? Head lawyer for the Roottrees Candy Company. Lawyer. My mother's family was all the Cossels, but she hardly ever mentions them. Okay. Looking good. Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seemed to pursue paths of knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Bob seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. Okay. Does that mean he has a son named Edward? Is that what that means, or...? As for me, I guess I'll just highlight this. Maybe. As for me, my first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart, is based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob. Or I'll search that later. When we were walking in the woods after school... Did I actually put in Jacob's name, by the way? Yeah. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad president after all. And his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Zach's not a bad president, and his sister doing a good job raising her twins. So this might be Zach. We already have this Zach. Oh, maybe these are the twins. Okay. Am I getting the timeline mixed up? Yeah, because Carl is the last president, isn't he? Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad president after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Gwyn is Gwyn at least. Okay. So this guy is the second president then, I believe. So it goes from Elias to Zach. So we're missing two more before we get to Carl. Gwyn is Gwyn, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. Okay, let me just... Yeah. Why is this ringed off like this? He even told us she might come home next year so we can meet her kids. But the free spirits, in any other family, they'd all end up on the streets, even Clark. Really? Alright, well, that was a lot. That's only the first book, right? What else we got? Okay, Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. This is the 5 pieces. Okay. What happened to brother here? I wonder if that's Sam in the background. Can I click here? I can. I bet that's Sam. And these with the other guys. EC and John or whatever. Picture was famous in our house. Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. Okay. It was taken. That means I can finish here, right? Okay. There's Pop. Taken in 1935 to celebrate the move to the new warehouse that Eli Jr. designed. Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it. That must be you then, right? So aren't you younger than all the rest? Although, if this is the 5 pieces, how... Hold on. Oh, this Miracle? What are you talking about? Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and 3 of us were all about the same age. Oh, okay, so this will be the first Miracle, right? Yeah. We were told only the 5 pieces, which really didn't go over well, to say the least. Eventually, I suppose, to stop the tantrums, they posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there without Gwendolyn. I found out years later that they never even took a second photo. Alright, so that is you as a boy. And after that, do I know? Marguerite. So that must be... means this is the other man in the photo, I believe. This is the eldest child who is a woman, but I guess I don't have her name yet. Okay. Can I click these guys as well, do you think? No. Yeah, so but I can click that guy, which is interesting. Okay. Next. Okay, that's the fat guy. Did I make a note of that? I think that must be Zach then, right? I'm just going to immediately put that in before I even read anything. I got him by his astonishing girth. Booyah. Dude, I'm crushing this game.
You're on a roll.
Thanks.
I'll try to keep that momentum going. Carl's office was a mess, thanks to some burst pipes. But I unearthed a photo from a 1970s Roottrees reunion. I also found some important-looking papers. You've traced 9 blood relatives so far. I'll have more to share after you find 9 more.
Alright. What else we got here then? Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. This is the next generation. Caption: an attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5 pieces photo with our generation. For old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, since to me he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one. I was outvoted by my brothers. So that guy? Let me just check. What did Pop look like again? Yeah. Wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left. I'm gonna go ahead and say that's Eli then. So that would be this guy? But I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the 4 of us stand together. And so we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwen. Maybe that's not then. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwen. Oh wait, she also has a brother named Eli now that I think about it, doesn't it? So she must mean that Eli. Okay. I don't know who that is yet. It's how many other Eliases are there? Junior and C. Oh, so this must be Elias Jr. then. I would imagine... Oh, I don't know if this is no, they're all boys, aren't they? This would probably be Elias Jr. then, wouldn't it? Clancy Jr., then Elias Jr., then... I don't know. Oh, I already had... Oh, yeah, Elias C, I mean. Yeah, Elias Clancy. Probably. Okay. Okay. So those are her other two brothers. That means that is also a photo of you. Okay. And based on ages, that means you are Clancy Jr. And you are whoever's left. Okay. Okay, looking good. Everyone filtering behind and in front of us. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwen. Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam. I also didn't think it fair Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece. That would have to be this person then. Maybe? I mean, Miracle had an eye patch, so... I guess my inner child still holds a grudge even after all these years. That would make this Sam, I think? I guess that's not the same Sam. Unless I've misunderstood the other stuff I read. Where's Miracle? Alright, I'm a bit confused about this bit. Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam. I also didn't think it fair Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece. What do you mean, technically? I guess because he's the youngest 5-piece, is that what you mean? I guess I'll use the more recent. Actually, I know that one is Miracle, so probably better to leave it like that. Okay. So one of those two women will be Angelica. Maybe whoever this is? But do I have any way of working out who's who here? Yes. Kind of. Maybe. Because he has black hair and these two both have more like red hair. So maybe that would make more sense. That's all I got at the moment. Okay. Okay, I think that's all I can get from that photo for now. Alright, and then we just got dropped off a bunch of stuff as well. Let's do the other photos, maybe. Hell yeah. Oh wait. Okay, now I'm confused. Maybe the eye patch isn't a permanent feature? This photo is a note attached from your employer. Every 20 or so years, the Roottrees would hold a big reunion and recreate an old family photo. This is the one from the 70s, and Carl's the teenager in the middle. This guy, maybe? Sorry about the water damage. A pipe burst in Carl's office. On the back of the photo, in childish print writing, it says November. There are also a large number of cursive signatures. They include Bonnie, Next President Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Caroline, Gwyneth M., Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Jim Roottrie, Clark, Carl, and Eli M. Oh, maybe this is Miracle Jr. then, looking like his dad? That looks like it says Eli, so... Elias M is this guy. Sure looks like Eli to me. Interesting. Okay, I guess I'll leave the rest of this for now though. Unless I can work out, I mean if these are all the same generation. I'm not sure actually. Let's come back to that. What is this? Your client returns. Okay. This photo was tucked inside an envelope with a letter beneath a candle in the corner of his office. The letter says, "To Carl and Brenda. I'm sorry that you were unable to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have as soon as possible, and Ernie, more than anyone else on Earth, knew how busy your job can be." Ernie. I've enclosed a Shiva candle, identical to ours, if you'd like to pay your respects, though it's not expected for those outside of the faith to do so. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but for his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you three did together, as well as how Carl has carried on for him after taking over. I see, so Ernie's probably President 4? As for myself, it is impossible to express my gratitude enough for rescuing us from the panic and burden of endless bills. Though we caught it too late for him to get on the donor list, the company took care of us beyond our wildest expectations. It went unsaid at the time, but Ernie and I knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and that it was no coincidence that it happened shortly after your visit, Brenda. Up until the end, Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake. We could never have done that without the two of you fighting for us. Much love, Debbie. Okay. Let's assume this is Debbie, Nicole. Married to Debbie, child, Nicole. Let's see. Does that tell me anything? That would be this generation with one child, maybe? Maybe? Ernest Madsen. Who's Deborah Bean? Right, maybe they're not Roottrees. Although, if he was the president, you'd think... He had an immense amount of pride for the work you three did together. Does he mean Carl and his wife? But Ernie and I knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and that it was no coincidence that it happened shortly after your visit, Brenda. Up until the end, Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake. We could never have done that without the two of you fighting for us. Much love, Debbie. Interesting. Ernest Madsen. Ernest Madsen. Deborah Bean. Okay, I guess I'll come back to this as well. What is a Shiva candle? Paris. So this will be Gwyn, right? Yeah. This photo has a note attached from your employer. Here's a bonus. When I pulled the water damage pictures of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Written on the back of the photo is... Couldn't make the reunion. Wishing you well from Paris. Gwyn and the boys. A Jewish practice when someone dies, you light a candle and sit with the body. I see. So Gwyn is here. So we have the boys. Who looks the oldest of those two? Probably this guy, right? Surprised I don't have Gwyn's husband's name yet. Unless it's sitting in my notes somewhere. Okay. Anything else? Vote for Stephanie Jones for City Council. Better for Butler County. Okay, that'll have some results on this thing, won't it? Butler County Times. The most recent mention of Stephanie Jones is a small report detailing the election results from last month's election. Stephanie apparently won her election. Congrats to Stephanie Jones. Also find the full version of the newspaper clipping on the back of the campaign mailer. While most of it is unimportant, you do find the following. Stephanie Jones, born Stephanie Landon, until her marriage to local business owner Brian Jones, lived in Butler County her whole life. Stephanie grew up in a home without a father. With my mother and her partner, I essentially had an entirely female influence. Though she is a distant cousin of the Roottrees, her mother Caroline, a local artist, who has appeared on the front page of the Butler County Times in the past, has often come out opposed to the corporation's policies regarding deforestation of indigenous trees to expand their maple farms. Unlike my mother, I'm not a fighter. I want to bring love to the world. This was buried under a ton of other mail that Carl left in his mailbox. It had a handwritten note attached that seemed personal. It is a flyer about a candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. On the back is an excerpt from a newspaper article from the Butler County Times about her campaign. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least, but in her words, it was still full of love. And now, 22 years later, with a baby of her own due around Christmas, her message for voters is simply, love is our future. The handwritten note says, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflicts spread to the next generation. CM. Okay. Okay, so who's the... So there's someone starred I don't have yet, so that would be a good search, wouldn't it? Let's see. And then I'll look at my notes finally. Let's see, so... Miracle Jr. we have. I don't know if I actually searched for Miracle Jr. yet either. Jim Roottrees. Oh, is this Jim then? That would make sense, wouldn't it? Although when they... Yeah, cousins. Let me just... Is that in my notes still? Carl has a cousin named Jim who is a singer. Okay. Alright. Jim... James? James Roottree. Singer, a musician... And I think that's you, maybe? That makes this Diamond, which is you, I believe. Okay. What else do I know about Jim? Okay, that can be deleted. Carl is a second cousin called Ernie Jr., who was president of the Roottrees Company in 1982. That's a useful one. What? Second cousin. Man, fuck. Second cousin. What is second cousin? People that share the same great-grandparents, but not the same grandparents. So that's someone here, right? Ernie Jr. Interesting. Okay. Wait, is that who was just... Oh, okay, that was this person, okay. So Ernie, Debbie, and Brenda. I wonder why I don't have... Why wouldn't you be Ernie Roottree, though? Oh. No. How strange. Does Ernie Roottree get a result? Not you. I feel like I need to find out more about these people then. Why would he have a different name? Can't be this guy anyway, because who would Junior be then? Do I know anyone else named Madsen? A bit strange, isn't it? Okay. Wait, this is Ernie Jr. He did name his first son after himself, and then his second son after his dad, and then... Maybe Elias's dad was Ernie Sr.? Let's ignore this for now. Oldest child of Elias is a woman. Yeah, I don't think we know who that is exactly yet, though. Win Roottrees' primary parent is a woman. Yep. We'll leave that in for now. Jim and Diamond. Jim's cousin Clark and Jane. Clark and Jane. Ah, okay. Clark Rafferty LaRue's youngest daughter is Katrina. Okay. So that would make that Jane, I think? Unless these are both boys, but then why would you put youngest daughter? I'll put Jane here. Okay. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls over the record player. Okay. So were you in advertising, maybe? It seems a reasonable assumption. Lauren Roottrees' brother Clancy lectures on the Middle Ages. Clancy. Lecturer? Academic? Professor? Aha. Not bad, not bad. Okay, okay. Okay, let's see. By skimming the page of the diary, you glean the following information. She was like, this was Lauren. She was the granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on her father's side. Her mother's family was called the Cossells. She hardly ever mentions them. Her father, who she always refers to as Pop, was the head lawyer for Roottrees Candy. Yep. And helped write a legal document called the Clancy Trust. I have still never actually searched for that, so... The Clancy Trust is a highly unusual corporate arrangement named after Clancy Edward Roottree. I see. Who was Elias's son and the Roottrees Candy Company's head lawyer at the time. Due to its unique nature, it's often brought up in online discussions about financial matters and inheritance as an oddity. The company mandates that a fixed percentage of its profits are split every quarter amongst bank accounts representing each direct relative of Elias and Gwyneth. An account is created for each blood relative at birth and first accessible when they reach 18. The actual numbers have never fully been disclosed to the public, but due to the ever-increasing success of the company, it is a significant amount of money. The Clancy Trust is known for being essentially impossible to get around due to many checks and balances written into it. Still, there have been a few situations which family members have tried to forcibly remove another member from the trust. Most details online are pretty vague since the matters are handled internally. The only information you discover is from a university law school which apparently had a guest lecturer talk about the Roottrees versus RR in 1994. Okay. While looking into the Clancy Trust, you often find mentions to the 5-piece guarantee, which went into effect at the same time. Okay. The Roottrees versus RR. You find very few details about this particular incident with regards to the Clancy Trust. A student that attended the lecture about it wrote the following on a Legal Oddities website. From what you can tell, RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member from the trust. It was said that RR attempted 2 arguments. First, the person in question was born out of wedlock, and second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. Still, due to the ironclad wording of the Clancy Trust, it was impossible to remove any descendant of Elias Roottree without completely dissolving the trust. Okay. So, R. Roottree, who would that have been? Maybe I don't know yet. And Clancy Edward Roottree is this guy, right? Yeah, okay. So that's all good. And then the 5-piece guarantee. The 5-piece guarantee, in combination with the Clancy Trust, was Elias Roottree's attempt to ensure that the Roottrees Candy Company would remain a family business for eternity. In isolation, it is somewhat baffling. The yearly salary of Roottree's president is always locked to the price of a single pack of 5 pieces. When the 5-piece guarantee went into effect, this was 25 cents a year. Now it's close to $4. Damn, that inflation. Combined with the Clancy Trust, however, it makes a bit more sense. Elias wanted to ensure that only his direct relatives could afford to be president. And he knew that because their passive income was tied to the profits of the company, they would have a vested interest in keeping the company as profitable and successful as possible. Whether or not this was a smart or successful decision is widely debated both online and in person by economics enthusiasts of all level of expertise. Interesting. Okay. Architects, preachers, lawyers. So that is the first generation. Lawyer. Probably doesn't help me much on its own, does it? Well, someone's a preacher. Might be a bit on the nose if it's the guy named Miracle. Someone's an architect. Instead, I end up going to Zach, even though his surname doesn't match the candy. Right. Oh, there's a Morden. Oh, I hadn't noticed that. Okay. So... is that who I'm thinking of? Wait, what is Ernie's last name again? Oh, Madsen, not Morden. Okay, never mind. That's why I didn't notice it. Don't need that anymore anyway. Gwyneth has been pushing to include Sam for quite some time. Elias Jr. married to Patsy. Which Elias Jr.? Bob seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. What was this? What was the context of this? Oh, I see. So, does that make you Edward then? Okay. You're probably also a lawyer then if you're going to take over the department. Swashbuckle my heart. Let's see. What? Oh, it would be maybe Lauren... What her name? Is this not going to mention her? Married name? Jacob, what was your last name again? Rafferty, there we go. Published 1963, out of print. No copies available. Re-released as X Marks the Spot. According to the back of the book, this is a buried treasure by Lauren Roottrees and from the author of the Court series. It also says to keep an eye out for Lauren Roottrees' next book, Revisiting the Diary 10 Years Later. Oh. Nice. Printing scandal.txt. This was a version of Lauren Roottrees' diary released in 1975. Unlike the original diary, it contains no pictures, but has many new passages that reflect on her thoughts 10 years later. One major event happened between releases that changed Lauren's outlook on certain subjects: the death of Elias. A summary of the fallout has been added to your notes, as well as some other select pages. Okay. Revisiting the diary scandal. Alright, one sec while I just take a drink. Okay. New diary opens with an explosive incident that happened in the decade between the release and re-release of Lauren's diary. Elias Roottree had died, and during the reading of his will, there was an audible gasp when a certain name was read aloud, Samantha Roottree. I wonder if this is who they tried to... Oh, Sam! I see. Now I know I have something's wrong. Uh-oh. I wonder if you're Sam, then. I wonder if this was the child out of wedlock as well. Let's go with it for now. Although Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance. Is this Elias's... I wonder if it's this Elias then. Would make more sense, wouldn't it? We're not meant to receive monetary inheritance. He had a stipulation that she retain the rights to run the farm and any and all decisions related to it. It was then that the scandalous secrets came out, and other five pieces were surprised, but it was quite a shock to everyone else, including Sam. He'd been told her parents died. Apparently Sam was the illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia Christensen, so that's Patty. What else did I have, Patty? Oh, Patsy. Okay. Patricia Christensen. Patricia, the daughter of a local steel mogul, and Eli Jr. harbored a secret romance at age 16. She became pregnant, and after the birth, her father refused to let her see Eli Jr. ever again. The baby Samantha was sent to the Roottrees. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as EC. Patricia was married off to a much older man and sent away. That was the end of that, almost. None of the next gens had ever met or heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared, now going by Patsy. After Patsy's husband died, she reunited with Eli Jr. and they finally married in their 50s. Lauren mentioned the wedding in her first diary without knowing Patsy's history. Eli Jr. had never taken another lover. Lauren, ever the romantic, quite appreciated this. When Patsy and Eli Jr. finally married, Elias decided Sam should have been a Roottree in the first place. Even though she was not part of the Clanstead Trust, he wanted to include her in family affairs. That was what led to Lauren's initial entry entitled Sam. Clearly, I did not know our true family history when I wrote this. I didn't even know Sam was a Roottree. All of my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. Had she the chance to grow up with us, Sam might have been the sister figure Gwyn never was. Annie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Annie and the kids are lucky to have her. Annie and the kids are lucky to have her. Okay. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Okay. Okay, who is Ernie? I need to figure out who Ernie is. Must be someone from this generation. Again, what is Ernie? I don't know. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. Okay. In a long, long time since any real Rootree was as excited and interested in the actual candy as Ernie. So confused by this. As a bonus, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. Oh, so that would be around here, I guess. Okay. What I'm most ashamed of is not figuring it all out myself. Sam's a spitting image of Patsy with her jet black hair and green eyes. Okay, so at least I got the photo right. She doesn't have the thick glasses Patsy did, of course, but I guess that skips a generation. The children have that covered. Okay. Sam's children have glasses. Maybe at least one does. Whoops. It's hard to explain the look on Pop's face when they read that the farm's operations would pass to Samantha Rootree for as long as she was willing. I got flashbacks to when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it a bit to calm him down. Sam wouldn't receive any candy money after all, and was essentially inheriting the right to rule over the peasants for eternity. Pop warned us away from that farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him a confirmed bachelor, and I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller, and they were roommates. I'm not sure Sam will ever forgive Uncle Junior or Patsy for abandoning her to that life. If I were her, I might never forgive them either, but even so, she seems to blame more than just the two of them. She has no problem with us next gens, but she has a palpable hatred for the Five Pieces and Elias and Gwyneth. Okay. Reading this back, I get deja vu. As I write this addendum, Clark's gotten married again. No Rootree has ever remarried. Sure, I lost Jacob and Gwyn divorced Wild Bill. Wild Bill. Wild Bill. Bill. Wild Bill, no. William? Interesting. Wild Bill. Sure, I lost Jacob and Gwyn divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Not even I can blame her for that. I've seen what he gets up to in Starlet. Starlet was a magazine that started with the colorization of film and went until around 1964. Generally, it was a tabloid with a focus on famous actors and actresses. It didn't go into any other aspects of filmmaking. Okay. Starlet. Gwyn Roottrees. Gwyn. Most mentions were around the time of her divorce in 1958 from Wild Bill Williams. The gossip is speculative and full of tabloid stereotypes. Some of it focuses on the fact that when she announced her divorce, she also announced she was pregnant again. Others mention that the rumor is Wild Bill had multiple affairs, which left her heartbroken. There was also an interview from earlier in mid-1957 where she was asked about her last name. She answered, "The power of a name is undeniable. My grandfather constantly preached the importance of family names and honoring them. My father decided to bless me with a famous name. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall, but Roottrees has power. My husband similarly goes by Wild Bill. It's an infamous name he repurposed for himself because he didn't have the benefit of being born with a famous one. But Wild combined with the alliteration Williams is incredibly memorable." So is he something Cornwall? Although we've relocated to Paris, I know your readers love to keep up with my husband. So consider this a Starlet exclusive about both of us. Wild Bill and I have a child on the way, and we're sticking with Roottrees for the last name, not Williams. But we also plan to lean into alliteration. That's how we'll honor both of our family names for the next generation. Williams? Huh. Cornwall? Linus Cornwall? Is that your real name? Linus Cornwall? Wild Bill? First mentioned one of his first roles was under his real name, Walter Forsythe. Oh, okay. Walter, there we go. The second is an interview, although he doesn't mention her by name. You determine from context he's talking about Gwyn Roottrees. And apologies to all the ladies, I'm actually taken. Earlier this year I did a friend a favour. He was directing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. Wouldn't you know it, that son of a bitch cut me from the picture. I'm just ribbing, it wasn't his fault. Apparently the studio didn't want to pay for a star of my calibre. I got the last laugh though. I met someone. She spent most of the film crying. She was playing a soldier's wife. But even through the tears, she was incredible. I know I tend to have a reputation, but this one's true love. I only have eyes for her. Ironically, the third is a rumour that his divorce from Gwyn was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. An American reader on vacation in Paris claims to have overheard Wild Bill and Gwyn arguing in public, while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Not long after, Gwyn announced she was divorcing Wild Bill, and also that she was pregnant again, giving this rumour more credibility. Interesting. You find some information on our website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. Walter Forsythe is listed in the cast of a movie called Gal in the Gang, which was directed by Bruce Throckmorton. It appears to be a low-budget comedy, but there's no other information about it anywhere online. Gal in the Gang. Bruce Throckmorton was a prolific movie director who released a movie every year from the mid-1960s until his death on set in 1993. Most of his movies could be described as camp, especially those from the early 1970s, although you noticed some critics seem to take offense with that characterization. One of his signature flourishes was to include a silly message a minute or two after a movie's credits ended. Most of these have been cut from the home video releases of his titles, so fans of his work have been trying to track down film prints to catalogue them all. As fascinating as this is, it doesn't seem related to the Roottrees. Well, I'll be the judge of that. Okay. Finally got Gwen's husband, at least. But neither of us ever took a second husband. With the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable someone in this family would remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to the lack of a real father. Wait, Clark? Really? Oh, not Clark. Yeah, Clark. Okay. Yeah. Did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped, more than I can say for Clancy or Edward. So I assume they're your brothers? Yeah, Eli C., Clancy, Edward. Okay, good. Eli C's practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Ooh, that would be you, Jim. Okay. And yeah, and they ended up marrying the sisters. Eli's marriage seems fine, and Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock, pun intended. A rock, because they're musicians. I get it. But who knows what causes these things? I suspect that he's marrying Jane to keep her from running out on the band. Without her, he'd be the third wheel, and I imagine they wouldn't last long as a trio. But still, I don't think a marriage on such a shaky foundation like that can last, and Lord knows I was right last time. How am I missing a wife then? How interesting. The biggest complaint I got after publishing my diary was how many similar names there are, and I get it, there are 4 Elis for Pete's sake. That's how it is. Someone would say, I saw Eli in town, and I wouldn't know which one they meant. My brother, my uncle, my cousin. That's why they became Uncle Junior, or Miracles Eli, or Eli C. Okay. Miracles Eli, yeah. Uncle Junior, yeah. Okay. Our family's names were always unusual. Grandpa Elias was a believer in using the names of each generation to honor those in the last. His father and Grandma Gwyneth's father were named Edward and Clancy. Yeah. Yeah, okay. His father and Clancy. So now you see where my pop's name came from. One thing that's always been consistent in our family, though, is that anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. That goes for Miracle, Eli, or even Clancy. With the women, however, it all goes out the window. I think Gwendolyn got a name from some combination of Gwyneth and Caroline, who was Elias's mother? Women's names tend to get all mixed up as the generations went on. I guess that's because there's no female equivalent of junior. So if you're reading my diary and confused, you're not alone. Even the government had problems. I remember once receiving certified mail for an Edward Clancy Roottree. I had to break the news that they got my father's name backwards. Okay. Anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. That goes for Miracle, Eli, and Clancy. Yes. Yes. Yes, okay. Okay. Anger. Apparently this is the first thing she could find that she ever wrote. She knows it was for a school assignment about anger, and she believes based on the teacher's name, she must have been in the 3rd grade. She doesn't exactly remember the events spelled out here, but she does remember getting in trouble. I got angry when I met a new girl who I do not like. She was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. Me and Pop walked home in town and she hugged him. When I told her he was my Pop, she pushed me. I got angry and yelled at her and Pop said to treat her nice. Then she said, "Your Pop is my dad." She screamed it loud in my ear. He was lying to me and lying is not a nice thing. So I pushed her too. Then I got in trouble. Then Pop took her away. He told me, "Don't worry, I am glad she's gone." Ah, who is that then? What? Okay, also strange. Hey, I've almost got this whole branch done. I just don't know Clancy Jr.'s wife, apparently. Okay, where does that bring us to then? So this is done. Okay. I wonder if I'm supposed to have figured out who Ernie is by now. Sam's children have glasses. We could go back to the photos for a bit. So, oh yeah, where was the photo with this one? Okay. I guess this is just one of Miracle's kids then, right? I'm assuming that's Miracle. It's the only person I haven't used. And then we've got the other photo as well. So maybe these are both Sam's kids? Would I have a way of knowing? No. These are more redheads. We got redheads, we got the glasses people, and then the blondes. Probably can't figure out exactly who any of these people are yet. I know roughly where to place them, I guess. What else do we have? How do I still not know where Ernie goes? This was Clark, the youngest Katrina. Clark. Oh, interesting. It's not you though, is it? I guess that could be Jane then, and that could be... What's the note I had about Clark's youngest daughter or something? Oh dear. Clark Rafferty LaRue's youngest daughter is Katrina. Oh, that's just from this, isn't it? Let's see. Occupation, child, student. Actually, I don't know how old this photo is, do I? The famous ad campaign. When would that? Hold on. Roottrees Super Bowl ad. Where is it? $1994. It's currently 1998. Yeah, the age might be right. K-12. What is K-12? Kindergarten to 12th grade. This includes all schooling from ages 5 to 18. Oh yeah, probably, right? That makes you this person. Probably also that, but I don't think I know that person's name yet. And that makes you probably this person. And that makes you this person. And then presumably you also work in adverts. Okay. How satisfying.
You're listening to WRTG. It's time for your headlines. Once an hour, every hour, on the 45. It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale. In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl Roottree's belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably, a framed photo of the Roottree family from the mid-1970s that Carl had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing and why. For that article, search online for WRTD News. Again, that's WRTD.
Well, gosh, I mean, WRTD. How could I not? WRTD News is your local investigative jazz radio station. Classic, I love those. During their news segments, at 45 minutes on the hour, they have been talking about the plane crash. This most recent hour, they also talked about a picture taken from Carl's office after the plane crash, and promised an interview online with a psychologist. During the interview, it's revealed there wasn't a break-in. Instead, someone with a key to the office took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to the recent storm. This means it was likely someone close to the family who was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. The psychologist, however, also goes on to posit the culprit had an alternate agenda, specifically because nobody in the family has come forward to say they have it in their possession. The comment below the article says, "Don't believe their lies, this is just another instance of the Roottree curse being a real, true thing. I bet you Carl was murdered and the picture had evidence on it." Okay, well, we'll go check out the Roottree curse. There's a long, rambly conspiracy website with very small, very red text on a black background that says that the Roottrees are cursed. It's been very recently updated with the following. Important update. With Carl and Brenda and their girls, that makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, but 3 of the 5 presidents of the Roottree company have died mysteriously. They say Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982, but nobody was arrested. 3 of the 5... Okay, so there's a president named Guy? I wonder what that's short for. And who is Ernie Madsen Jr.? Where does he fit on the tree? Then Ernie Madsen Jr. stepped down. Was he poisoned? Now just this week, Carl died in a plane crash. This cannot be a coincidence. There's another entry that claims if you connect the dots in the pattern of the 5 pieces wrapper, it creates a Mayan ruby skull. A secret message meant to subliminally scare people away. We've seen that skull in... Aha. Okay, I see you, Candy. The post before that has a link to a site that talks about how Earth has 4-corner simultaneous 4-day time cubes. The author of the site seems to agree. An entry from a few months ago claims that the owner of the site received an email from Chris Raff75 at prodigy.us asking him to take down his site with faked proof that Ernie Madsen Jr. actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. The owner claims that although the proof looks quite credible, he knows that the proof was fake because he's an expert at creating fake evidence. Alright. This first entry is from 1986 and has a blurry picture of the Roottrees Candy Company factory, seemingly taken by the website's author from behind a fence and through some trees. It seems that Operation RT-29 is real. I witnessed a helicopter land on February 29th, 1996. The website footer says, all images and ideas by Thomas Overwood. Okay. First of all, can we get to the TimeCube website in this browser? Nothing relevant. Wait, you begin to read the site and come to the conclusion that the words no relevant results isn't a strong enough description for what you're seeing here. It's a massive column of technical terms that aren't real and confusing rants you can't find any meaning in. You've been educated wrong. Can I just search for Ernie Madsen Jr.? Will that get any results? Nope. Mayan ruby skull? Find a few conspiracy websites that claim the Mayan ruby skull is a symbol of death. I mean, yeah, it's a skull. The alleged proof is a blurry photo of a reddish shape that is supposedly a cave painting from South America. According to legend, discovered beneath the painting were bones from hundreds of different people and animals. One site also mentions that the photographer who took the picture died when their boat capsized after crashing into a skull-shaped rock. Amongst the spinning skull gifs, you find no sources or verifiable details to back up any photos or claims. To you, the blurry photo looks more like an egg than a skull. What's this South America place? Can I search for Chris Raff 75? Oh shit, installing pixpop.exe. Find a simple page called The Art of Rafferty, copyright 1997 on Prodigy that lists the author's email address as chrisraff75 at prodigy.us. Below a bunch of GIFs that say under construction, there are a few art pieces. This is a painting captioned, Me and My Fiancée Lulu. Painting I did for my first year of college that I plan to give her when we get married in May. Go Tartans. There is an odd collage called Cousins, which seems to be made up of 3 scrambled images. The accompanying artist's statement says, we had to create a piece of art about our family. I asked as many of my extended family of cousins for their pictures I could, even so I never met. Only a few of them got back to me, and my teacher said I wasn't allowed to use pictures of Rain O'Reilly or Rose, so I had to get creative and use only my 3rd cousins. This includes Davey, he swims for Yukon, and Bethany's yearbook picture. Okay, so this is a root tree. Maybe. Davey, he swims for Yukon, and Bethany's yearbook picture, she's Davey's younger sister, and Stephanie, who is an only child. Your first email address was on Prodigy? Nice. Mine was email.com. Chris's artwork has been added to your evidence, but the cousins photo will need to be unscrambled before you can use them. You've downloaded a new application, Pixpop, to edit the photos. Okay. When you search for Yukon, you find out that it's the University of Connecticut, and that Davy Kellogg IV is on their swim team, the Huskies. He also came in second in his most recent competition, but that doesn't seem relevant. Okay, so is that who you are? This is Chris Raff. Oh, Davy's younger sister, okay. Oh, I see, yeah, Davy swims for Yukon, okay. It's probably not very... Okay. Chris Rafferty Self-Portrait. This art piece was found on the portfolio of college student Chris Rafferty. It was referred to as Self-Portrait of Me and My Fiancée Lulu. Chris Rafferty. Are you ever going to factor into this, Chris Rafferty? Oh, you're one of the Rafferty LaRue crew. Okay. So, this person's name is... Ah. This has to be Jessica LaRue Rafferty then, right? And that would make this Chris Rafferty? Yeah. Okay. Chris Rafferty. Oh wait, maybe she actually is his fiancée then. How do you fuck up? Is Louisa... Is that a Lulu? I guess maybe. I thought this was going to be like a 6-year-old, just like, yeah, when I grow up, I'm going to marry Lulu. Okay. Unknown occupation. I guess you're a student then? College student. Oh, is that also K? No, college student. Okay. Okay. Then we've got... This is just gonna update that. Okay. Okay. And... okay. This is Chris Rafferty's cousin's art project and is said to include pictures of Davy, he swims for Yukon, Stephanie's yearbook picture, Davy's younger sister, and Stephanie, who is an only child. Okay. To the pixpop.exe. The best free photo editor, Telephoto magazine. Okay, restore the photo. Zoom with your mouse wheel. Oh, I see. Or left right click. Ah. Okay. Di Cho Tu Mai? Dichotomy? What? Okay. Cousin rotated. Man, this kid's so autistic. Okay. Cousin sliced. Slide the photo back into shape. What do you do? Oh. Oh, I see. That's weird. Yeah, can I get like just a real photo editor, please? Oh god. Wait, how do I get that there then? There. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This is way too complex for me. I'm stupid as hell. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. How do I... This puzzle seems really challenging. If you need help, I could use my rubber duck powers to skip it. Yeah, skip that, please. I've been bested. Alright. Alright, so we got... whoever this was. Cousins 1. Okay, so this is Davey, I think it was. Let's see. Davey is Davey Kellogg the Fourth. Okay, so there'll be people on this row, won't it? That's going to be hard to nail down random people like that for now, I think. Bethany and Stephanie, who is an only child. Yeah. Okay. She's got glasses. Did one of these two. Most likely. Okay, and what's your name? Stephanie, who is an only child. What Stephanies do we have? Cattrall, Landon. Who have I seen Landon? Is that you? You're Morden. Okay, we'll come back to that. Okay, let's see then. Who's missing now then from the stud? Oh, I guess I still don't know your occupation. Are you just like a? It said all of the yeah. Okay. I think Laura mentioned that all of the women her age and older were just didn't have a profession of their own.
So, you may have heard the news. Some of Carl's things have gone missing. That includes the pictures and mail I brought you earlier. I promise I didn't steal it. But I did borrow it. I'll return it once we're done. Let me deal with my family in the meantime. Oh, I guess that means I've officially confessed. I'm a Roottrees.
No way.
I assure you I have a reasonable explanation for the secrecy. I'm about to do something big the family doesn't approve of. If you could just wait a little bit longer, I'll tell you more, in person. I'll return after 15 more blood relatives.
Okay. Interesting. What a thing to say out loud. Okay, who's the starred person we're missing still? Miracle Jr. Okay, I guess I still haven't actually searched Miracle Roottrees Jr. Let's do that. Miracle Roottrees Jr. You find a website for the Miracle Network, a production company run by the Miracle Roottrees estate. It's quite bare bones, but has the following blurb. Witness the testimonies of the Miracle's Roottrees. Wait, maybe he is a preacher. Miracle Roottrees arrived so late in his mother's life that doctors swore he wouldn't survive his first year. His mother and father, Elias and Gwyneth, named him Miracle because they thought him impossible. He was younger than his brothers and sisters by over 14 years. With a birth that late, the final child of his generation was nearly torn apart by countless health problems. But still, with the power of God on his side, he persevered. He triumphed over these complications and even regained his sight. To spread the healing word of the Almighty. 23 years later, Miracle Roottrees Jr., he actually is a preacher, arrived and became the famous family's second vessel for the higher power. At 18, he unburdened himself from the Roottrees name and took his father's testimony to a whole new level. Via the power of television, Miracle Jr. spread the gospel across the entirety of New England. He has since left the life of glamour and glitz behind to reach those places that need it most. The power of the Lord coming to a town near you. Below the blurb is a flyer about the tour, which is in your evidence. Okay. So, first things first. I guess you are a preacher? And it sounds like... Ooh, I have you as author? Is that accidental, or...? Probably. Okay, next. Miracle Roottrees Estate. Anything else to search? Nothing. The Miracle's Roottrees. The plural of multiple people named Miracle Roottrees is Miracle's Roottrees because pluralizing things like that is fun. The Lord? Okay. we got then? What does this say? Let's see. Photo of Carl's generation. WRTD radio. Okay. Oh shit. Witness the power of the Lord in the Summer 96 3 Generations of Miracles tour. Okay, so that is Miracle Jr. And this is Miracle the Third. Interesting. Featuring testimony from world-famous Miracle Jr. and a special appearance from Miracle Roottrees in his 68th year on God's earth. Children now welcome. Celebrate with your pastor, Miracle Third, and his wife, Nicole. Oh, Nicole Smith? Are you the Madsons over here? You're the Mordens. It's Ernie Madsen though, right? Is that who that was? Ernie. Yes. So we'll go with Nicole Smith. Oh, does that mean as well you're also a preacher? Well, I solved the Miracles Roottrees. And Nicole Smith. Okay. Names listed are Miracle Jr., who is said to be world famous and gets top billing. Miracle Jr. is on the notable Roottrees list in your evidence, who we marked on the chart with a star. Miracle Roottrees, who the flyer says will make a special appearance. Miracle Third and his wife Nicole, who are said to be the youth pastors. Okay. Okay, there go those guys then. Let's see then, where's that other photo? So that is probably Miracle Jr.? Maybe. Okay. Wonder if it won't yellow until we get the next 3 locked in. I haven't paid attention to that. Okay, do I have any insight into your wife? I don't think so. Sam's children have glasses. Oh. And the granddaughter could also. This was just when Lauren was writing. Okay. Is that it for the starred stuff? Yes. Awesome. Okay. So is all of the starred stuff taken care of now? You're yellow. I for sure had another picture of Elias, right? That'll be this one, won't it? Okay. That's done. You're done. You're done. You're Done. Surely there's loads of photos of this guy. Well, then again, he's a recluse now, isn't he? Okay, I think we've done all the easy to search ones then. Okay, nice. Who's this? That's Gwen, that's all boxed off. Okay. Back to my notes then. What did I note so far? Okay, Carl has a second cousin called Ernie Jr. Where the fuck does Ernie Jr. go? What do I know about Ernie Jr. again? Oldest child of your life is a woman. Have you been boxed off? How do I still not know this one? That's crazy. I have the photo, right? But I just don't know which is which. Where is that? Not this one. This one. Let's see. So that is almost certainly this child because of hair color. So let's go with that. And then same over here. We have like the red hair people over here, don't we? So it could be red hair. Next up, do I have all these names? Let's see. Okay, now I'm really confused. The big five are supposed to be named for the... Am I wrong about that? Current 5 flavors are not the same as back then. I know one of them was elderberry. Teen Blast. Have I ever looked up Teen Blast? Hold on. I have not. Teen Blast is a magazine aimed at teenage girls. Their website has a news section that offers condolences for the loss of the Roottrees sisters. Their fashion line was often covered by our magazine, and Raina Roottree first appeared on the cover on her 16th birthday. Raina, is that one Raina was on the cover of Teen Blast when she was 16 and did an interview. Add the cover and article to your evidence. Raina. Is that one of the sisters? Oh yeah, okay. I got the other photo at least. Teen Blast. TMS, what's he up to? Teen Blast can tell you. Brother trouble, new gossip. Also, how to know if he's interested. And win a trip to the set of a new movie. Raina, sweet 16. The candy girl gets serious about her inspirations and aspirations. There's an article about Raina Roottree from 1994. The issue also mentions TMS and Brother Trouble. It was a movie, right? What was TMS? In an interview, Raina talks about her inspirations. One important thing I learned from an early age is that dreams are not outside of our grasp. My grandpa was a college professor who taught lectures about history. Right, hang on. Grandpa, yeah, okay. He always told me that history was full of people from famous families who wasted their fame and fortune by taking it for granted. Instead, he told me I should go out and use my name to accomplish something. I think he may have practiced that lecture a lot because I have other people in my family that have also made the Roottree name famous for things besides candy. His older sister even wrote a book that some of my friends tell me they had to read in school. I took his advice and now I work with my mom designing clothes. I help decide what colors and patterns I want to model, and she designs the clothes with a team of amazing men and women. Although my grandpa passed away earlier this year, Grandma Laura tells me he was really proud of what we've managed to accomplish. Grandma Laura? Any Lauras? Whoa. Okay. Right, now this branch is really done. Got the picture, got the wife's name. Okay. I wonder what else do you have stuff about? The search engine isn't the best, and so your results are flooded with page after page of nearly identical advertisements. Some ads specifically mention that Raina appeared once on the cover. Riley and Rose, on the other hand, seem to be mentioned by name less than their older sister. Okay. Probably all we'll get from that. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to know about, is there some way I can... Am I still missing that name? Hold on. Clancy Edward. Elias Jr. Five pieces. From marketing materials and various candy history sites, you learn that 5 Pieces are the iconic candy sold by the Roottrees Candy Company. Although they are no longer the company's only popular product, they still sell well to this day. 5 Pieces are small, colourful, shell-coated maple candies that, since the late 20s, have been pressed into the shape of a maple leaf. Although they usually have one flavour that looks more like a berry. Tastes have changed over the years, so have the 5 flavours, but the shape and combination with maple have remained consistent. There's also a history of print advertising website that claims to have a 5 Pieces advertisement scanned from a book called The Sweet History of Candy Volume 2 by Charles Lee. Okay, maybe this has the original thingy. Charles Lee. Vintage Pieces. This is part of a book series about all things candy in the modern world. It starts in 1925 and continues onward to chronicle the rise of mass production and global distribution. The book ends with a look into the future of candy as envisioned by experts in 1985. With the addition of hindsight, you can clearly see they got pretty much everything wrong. It includes some print advertisements. You find a newspaper ad for 5 Pieces from the 1930s. Alright, what were the flavors? I see. It's a miracle, a modern candy for a modern society. Roottrees 5 Pieces contain 5 different maple-infused flavors. The Roottrees are a proud family business, and our flavors are inspired by our children. G is for grape, E is for elderberry, CE is for cinnamon extract, M is for melon, and introducing M for miracle berry. Miracle Berry is a burst of beautiful, blossoming, blended berries. Try it today. Okay. So, it is G-E-C-E, M and M. See you later, cheers for hanging out. So, we have M, M, C, E, E. So you're a G. Who are you? G. I see. You are Gwendolyn. And I would hazard a guess that you will also be a housewife then. If what Lauren says is true. But who's to say? Okay. So yeah, how do I not know Elias Jr.'s occupation? Have I just never written it down, even though I've seen it a bunch of times? I have the spouse when I have Elias Jr. Elias Jr. Can I actually find anything about you? Probably not, right? Elias Roottrees Jr.'s name is listed on a website about historical buildings in Butler County. He is listed alongside an old residence that has been preserved called Hunched-Top House. Okay, so we need Butler County Times. Small feature details a building that Elias Roottrees Jr.'s architect. Ah, I see. There we go. All right. Okay, looking good, looking good. It also mentions that Elias Jr. was Elias's oldest son. Hunched-Top House seems unrelated to the Roottrees. Okay. Okay. We know Gwendolyn's going to be married to someone named Morden. Who does that give us? James. Okay. James Morden. Okay. The first generation almost totally finished. That's good, that's good. Missing a bunch of spouses, but... yeah, they mentioned... I have read something about her keeping her last name, I think, or something like that. Maybe I saw that and the spouse named. Okay. Breaking into this stuff is difficult. I feel like I should have been able to figure out who Ernie Jr. was by now, and Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. She married to Ernie Sr. then, and one of these is Ernie Jr.? As a bonus, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. Carl has a second cousin called Ernie Jr. Second cousin would be in this row, wouldn't it? People that share the same great-grandparents, but not the same grandparents. Parent, grandparent, great. So same great... Oh, could it be anyone in, like, after that? If I make you Ernie, or Ernest... How many Madsons are there now? Where's Gwyneth? Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time. Well, I mean, why Sam? How would Gwyneth be involved if Gwyneth was... What else do I know about Sam? Oh, that Gwyneth. Oh, okay. Okay. Elias Jr. married to Patsy. Yep, that's good. Bob seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his apartment when he retires. Yep. That's good. Ernie. To Carl and Brenda, I'm sorry that you were unable to attend the funeral. That would make this Ernie. Because this is the only spouse that can get a photo. Let's see if that works. You are Ernest Jr. You are... whatever her name was. Debbie. Deborah Bean? What? Yeah, that makes no sense. make this Nicole Madsen. Oh right, you always have the maiden name, right? You don't... Right, I forgot about that. Okay. Let's assume that's all correct then. What else did I know about Ernie Madsen Jr.? You were one of the presidents, or... Okay. That would make this Gwyneth Madsen. Okay. And her adopted grandfather. Sure. So, now I can go to that photo from the 70s. And this must be Ernie Jr. Right? And that makes this Gwyneth. That means this is probably... Although interesting how... blonde. Oh yeah, I guess her mum's blonde though, right? That makes this person the other young woman. Maybe you can go there. Okay. That's something. So what am I missing now? Professions. I mean, you're probably a student about to go on a limb here. And let's see, what was your name? Stephanie. Stephanie Cattrall or Stephanie Landon? Do we have a man with the last name Landon? Yes. Do we have a man with the last name Cattrall? Also yes. Okay. Okay, I'm not sure then yet. Okay. They say Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver. Guy? Is that a name? It is. Guy Hudson. We got any Hudsons in here? That would be President 3 then. So it'd probably be someone older than this. So it could be someone here is Guy Hudson. We got any other Hudsons? Hudson. Is that it for Hudsons? I think so. wonder if the book mentioned Angelica's name, Angelica's profession. Let's see, Angie. I think this is where we saw Angie mentioned. So did I already put in Aunt Margot? That would be over here. Oh yeah. Gets to be installed, blah blah blah. If any of them were to hear me complaining, they would rightfully scoff, just like I do at Gwyn. Right. Then we've got Dynasty. After all, Angie is older than Zach. I think that's the only thing she said about her, isn't it? Okay. Does she mention what the others all have? What does she describe the free spirits? Oh, not the free spirit, her generation. What does she call her generation again? Not like the rest of his generation is a free spirit. Yeah, that's that generation. I forgot what they call their generation. I think it says at the start, right? Oh, no, the next generation, okay. The next generation. I wonder if I can search for that. Maybe I'm just gonna go, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seem to pursue paths of knowledge, and the most rebellious thing, yeah. As for me, my first published book is based on the pirate stories. Even my cousins are all doing well. Okay. Okay. I assume one of these is candy, probably? Also gonna go out on a limb and say that's the Elder Miracle. I could be wrong, but okay. Any other notes I need to chase up? I only use my third cousins. Alright, Davy, Bethany, and Stephanie. Is there anything I can do at those? This is probably Stephanie. Probably not. Let's see, if I actually just search the next generation, do you think that would give me anything other than Star Trek results? Okay, literally. Star Trek is primarily known for inspiring the song Star Trekkin' by the firm, which hit #1 on the UK singles chart in 1987. Currently, 2 spin-offs, Voyager and Deep Space Nine, are ongoing. Season 5, Episode 9 of Voyager is set to air in 3 days. None of this seems to have to do with your search for the Roottrees family, however. Is there any way I could specifically yet? No. Okay. Okay, what's the next thing I need to chase down then? Alright, there's Wolf as well. If Wolf and Candy are the 2 kids, Candy would certainly be the oldest. Okay. Alright, we got Ernie Jr. Okay. So this is all right as well. Very good. This is Hudson Christopher. This is Miracle Senior. Okay, nice. Okay, and that makes this Wolf, who is probably a student. Okay. That branch is pretty much done. Okay, I wonder if I get anywhere searching for the people who aren't starred. Like if I search for Edward Roottree, do I get anything? No. What if I do this? Seems heavily focused on company leaders. Oh, that might be... That might be an angle too, right? So if I were to search that for... Let's see, Ernest Madsen... An article from 1982 announces that Ernest Madsen Jr. is taking over the day-to-day operations of Roottrees after the previous president died unexpectedly. Little is known about Ernest, but sources close to the family who have asked to remain anonymous have made it clear that he is more than qualified. There are rumors that Ernest had originally trained to succeed Zach Morden, but had been passed up for unspecified reasons. Right, so it's because Zach was... You're 4th, Zach is 2nd. I know who's 3rd as well, I just don't know where to put them. Business Watch also managed to get a quote from the company's publicist. The last 4 years of Roottree have been rough. In an attempt to keep our products relevant to the modern audiences, some of our decisions have had unintended consequences, from the fancy flavors misstep to the batter up bar. We've taken a bit of a tumble in the public eye, but Mr. Madsen is committed to getting back to basics. Alright, what is Fancy Flavors and the Batter Up Bar? Fancy Flavors was an addition to the 5-piece product line for less than a year in 1979. It was Guy Hudson's first and historically most cited move as president of Roottrees. Guy Hudson. Yeah, is that the guy? I need to guy. It would be one of these, but I just don't know which one yet. I suppose if he died suddenly, he'd be the least likely to have 2 kids, right? And again, I mean, who knows how old he was when he died suddenly. In an attempt to cater more towards what he thought the average person wanted, Guy looked at his own wealth, which was often a source of envy for others, and decided to tap into the idea that if they added fancy flavors to 5 pieces, anyone could live like the wealthy. This philosophy led to a flavor in 5 pieces that was meant to mimic caviar. 5 pieces sold less that year than it had any other year, except in some foreign markets. It was very quickly announced that caviar was meant to be a limited flavor and would go back to normal as soon as possible. What is caviar, though? What was the other thing? Batter up or something? Tell me about the Batter Up bar. The Batter Up bar was a failed candy bar released by the Roottrees company, launched with great fanfare in 1980, meant to evoke the classic combination of pancakes and maple syrup. The name came from the fact that its recipe used a creamy imitation of pancake batter as its filling, and the packaging had baseball imagery. Consumers loved the taste, and the candy launched to stellar reviews, but after a little less than a month on the shelf, it was discovered that the filling of unopened bars began to separate and developed an off-putting texture, described as powdery chunks floating in oily goop. This odd consistency made it the punchline of late-night jokes for weeks, solidifying its reputation as a failure. Okay. So can I find Guy Hudson? Small article from 1977. Guy Hudson, along with his twin sister, are no strangers to the public when it comes... Oh, the twins. I've seen a reference to the twins. If they're twins, would it just put the man first, do you think? They both appeared in the company's advertisements as children during the Boys and Girls Agree era. Now Guy is taking over the Roottrees company at the end of the year. Who would have known that one of those 2 adorable redheads, Guy credits his mother and father, Angie and Christopher, with providing his fiery dew. Okay. Arguing over everything but chocolate will grow up to take over the whole company. Guy's uncle and current president, Zachariah, has decided to take an early retirement to focus on traveling the world with his wife. Zach was quoted as saying, "Now that our daughters have started families of their own, Clara and I..." Good. Plan to reflect on a life well lived. Guy is new to the business world, but he's family. We at Roottrees have faith in his innovative ideas, and he's eager to share them with the world. We like to think that Boys and Girls Agree that he's ready to succeed. Okay, sounds like he made some bad decisions and then got killed. Not that I'm being paranoid and conspiratorial or anything. So let's see. Boys and Girls Agree. Does this give me anything? You find a site about successful ad campaigns. One of the ads listed is from the late 50s, Boys and Girls Agree. It is a series of television and magazine ads for Roottrees chocolate bars. The ad campaign is described as having the premise that boys and girls are often diametrically opposed, except when it comes to one thing. Both of them agree that Roottrees is their favourite. The first advertisement in the series was the most memorable due to the bright red hair of the boy and girl involved. One of the magazine advertisements has been added to your evidence. Okay. Boys and girls never agree on anything except Roottrees. Boys and girls agree, it's gotta be Roottrees. This is an ad for Roottrees candy from the late 50s. It was part of a campaign called Boys and Girls Agree, which included television and print advertisements. The ad campaign is described as having the premise that... yeah, okay. Alright, I have your names and faces and... Actually, do I have the sister's name? Maybe I don't. Did I happen to save a quote that mentioned the twins? No. Okay. Yeah, that's all. Call is a second. Yeah, okay, we're done with that. Eldest child of Elias is a woman. That's good. Gwen's primary parent is a woman. Yep. Jim and Diamond. Jim's cousin Clark and Jane Diamond and Jane LaRue. Really? I mean, this is all box stuff, isn't it? Clark, Rafferty LaRue's youngest daughter is Katrina. Yeah, that's all boxed off. Okay. That gave me advertising. This is all done. Okay. Okay. One of you is Guy. Actually, how many people have the last name Hudson? Okay, yeah, so this is Guy. And this is Bonnie. Since if Guy had kids, they would also have the last name Hudson, wouldn't they? So... that's you. And that is you. Okay. And you were President Third, I believe? I got that right? Second, third, fourth... yeah, okay. Alright, excellent. Wonder what Bonnie did. Bonnie Hudson. Nope. Okay. Can't brute force information. I don't know her profession. I suppose she might have also been a housewife. She's like the oldest of this generation, yeah. Okay. What am I missing? Gwen's father. You'd think that would be out there somewhere. Let's see. Gwen Roottrees. Have I spelled that right? G-W-Y-N-N. Yeah, okay. Just about her marriage, isn't it? Oh, maybe I see. Maybe, this was Cornwall, was it? Linus Cornwall? So what is it she says? There's nothing wrong with Cornwall, but Roottrees has power. So that's probably right. What about Miracle Roottrees' wife? Oh yeah, also they said... They mentioned she has a green thumb, and then they mentioned that she's... What, she owns the farm or something? Can I put farm owner? Farmer? Okay. So where would I look now for more information? I should make sure I've looked at all of the presidents in that business magazine. Let's see, what are the other magazines I have? Company leaders. Notable businesses, events, and people local to the area. Defunct magazine that contained info about recording artists and music reviews. Do you have anything about Candy Roottrees? No. That was the Floozies, wasn't it? Oh, maybe not that one. Defunct tabloid about actors and actresses likely to have gossip about old Hollywood, and tabloid aimed at teenage girls. Do you have anything about it? I don't think she's famous under her own name, is she? Okay. So let's see. I'll just make sure... I'm sure I've done all this, but Elias Roottrees. Yeah. Second president was... Is that Zach? Zachariah Morden. In 1959, there was a small blurb about Zach Morden, son of James and Gwendolyn Morden. Yeah. And grandson of Elias Roottrees, inheriting the candy company. He's quoted as saying, "Elias entrusted me with carrying on his legacy, and that's what I plan to do. Along with 5 pieces, our chocolate maple products are selling incredibly well. We will not be making any changes." Okay, anything in the Butler County Times? No. Okay, then it goes to Guy Hudson. Although the Butler County Times does not archive their obituaries, they did a front page story in 1982 about Guy Hudson and his wife Patricia dying in a car accident. The story itself is surprisingly light on relevant details due to the recency of the accident. Police reported that the crash was caused by an unidentified driver who swerved in front of the Hudson's car, causing them to brake hard and veer off the interstate. Although Guy was a somewhat controversial president, foul play is not suspected. Is I looking in Team Blast for Bonnie? I don't think so. This is just the only other musician I could remember. Who is Bonnie? do I even have Bonnie? Bonnie? Bonnie Hudson. Oh. Oh, Bonnie Hudson, I see. Let's see. Foul play is not suspected. There were witnesses who reported that the vehicle which instigated the wreck was speeding, swerving between lanes, and cutting other drivers off as well for at least 5 or 6 minutes before the tragic accident. One witness says it could have been any one of us who they eventually ran off the road. The aggressor fled after the accident and police have few leads other than make and model. I had been president of the Roottrees company for only 4 years, through an undoubtedly volatile period in the company's history. He and his wife had no children. Okay, that would have, yeah, nailed that down too. Okay. That's where I got that advertising thing. Anything else? No. Bonnie Hudson. Okay, nothing about her there either. Alright, next president was... Ernest Madsen Jr. Probably not in Teen Blast. I think I already saw this. Yeah. Yeah, that's where I learned about fancy flavors and batter up. Okay. Nothing in Butler County Times or music or style or anything. Okay. And then the most recent president, Carl Roottrees. Carl Roottrees. That's it. Carl Roottrees. Anything in Teen Blast? No. Starlet? No. Modern Music Monthly? No. Butler County Times. Carl is mentioned in the Butler County Times quite often, including an article that also mentions Ernie Jr. Most of the articles concerning Carl are not important. The plane crash is too recent to appear in these archives. One announces Carl's marriage to Brenda White in 1978. Probably where I saw that. They were both in their early 20s. Another seems even more frivolous. Apparently in 1981, Carl got quite drunk at a charity event and broke his arm falling down some stairs. The article also mentions that... Do you know what? Okay. Alright, you know, you never know. The article that also mentions Ernie is from 1996, when Carl took over as the 5th president of the Roottrees Candy Company from Ernie Jr. Ernie Jr. apparently liked to stay out of the spotlight and never appeared in the Butler County Times other than a few mentions here and there. The article does mention an illness as the reason Ernie Jr. was stepping down. Okay. And Business Watch. Okay. I wonder if the Miracle guys would be in magazines. It does make a point that they're quite famous. Miracle Roottrees. Whoops. Teen Blast? Starlet? Modern Music? Miracle Roottrees and his son, who goes exclusively by Miracle Jr., have appeared in the Butler County Times a great deal over the years. The Miracle Network, which is a collection of churches, television shows, and products that can be purchased, has multiple advertisements in each issue. You do find one article mentioning legal troubles. Unfortunately, it's a throwaway line in an article about a tour they plan to take across the southern United States called the 3 Generations of Miracles tour. The author speculates they're going on tour to leave their legal troubles behind. Because of all the advertisements, the results in the Butler County Times are not particularly relevant to your search. Any attempts to find more about these legal troubles is thwarted. Okay. So does Miracle Jr. give me anything different there? No. What about Miracle Third? No. Okay, 3 Generations of Miracles tour. Have I already seen this? Find a website The Miracle Network, a production company run by the Miracle Roottrees estate. Quite bare bones. Witness the testimonies of the Miracle's Roottree. Oh yeah, I've seen this, haven't I? Maybe? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Really need to know about Gwen's children. Or Bonnie's children. Patricia Jones. Okay, did I miss anything about Gwen in here? You find many ads for 1950s for local movie theatres that happen to list Gwen Ritchie's name in cast lists. Almost all of them are for Guys Like Us and Christmas Mission. It does not seem like Gwen was a resident of Butler County for long, if at all. Team Blast? I think that's too recent. This is where I learned about her husband. Does it mention her kids? We also plan to lean into alliteration. That's how we'll honor both of our family names. What does that mean? Probably Robert and Ronald then, right? Okay, Robert Roottrees. Probably not famous or anything, probably just two guys, you know? How would I stumble into information about them then? There's photos of his spouse. What else have I got? Oh yeah, what was this thing about? This is so... I didn't really know what to make of this, but I have a lot more context now. This was buried under a ton of other mail that Carl left in his inbox. It had a handwritten note attached that seemed personal. Okay. And Carl is the dead guy, right? Yeah, okay. Flyer about a candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. On the back is an excerpt from a newspaper article from the Butler County Times about her ad campaign. Still full of love, and now 22 years later, with a baby of her own due around Christmas. The handwritten note says, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company. If you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, you could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation, CM. Who is CM in that context? Probably a Morden of some description. Who are the Mordens? They're probably Caroline Morden. Don't think it's a Madsen. Wouldn't make much sense if it was like... probably Caroline Morden. Is Caroline Morden anyone interesting then? Let's try search first. Caroline is listed on a few art websites without much detail. She seems to be associated with a movement called P-Flag. An organization founded in the 70s. The acronym stands for Parents and Friends of Lesbians and Gays. Right. That makes sense, given... Anything else we can find about Caroline Morden, then? Printing Atlantis statue. You find a cover story about local art installations, including one by Caroline Morden. There isn't much about Caroline as a person. This is mostly a listing of art in Butler County. She seems to get top billing. Accompanying the story, there is an image of Carolyn standing beside a large metal sculpture of a mermaid. It is captioned, "Carolyn standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis' Burden." The sculpture is one of many works featured in an upcoming book, Self-Portrait Art and the Beauty of Women. Okay, let's just make sure I call that. According to a quote further down, Atlantis' burden is meant to symbolize a society split by indecision over whether women should be equals or something to protect. The picture on the front page has been added to your evidence. Okay. Okay, I cannot photograph the sculpture. Alan standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis' burden. The sculpture is one of many works featured in her upcoming book. Okay, Caroline Morden. Okay. Let's see then. First of all, any hits just for this on the web? No. Second of all, actually, let's finish. Anything else for this? No. Okay. Self-Portrait Art and the Beauty of Women. Public Library. Caroline Morden. Dedicated to Eloise and Stephanie. Okay. Wait. This Stephanie, maybe? Mostly black and white pictures of Caroline's art. The centerpiece is a series of full-color nude self-portraits at different ages, stretching from 25 to 30. They certainly have not been added to your evidence. In the intro, Caroline talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation. And in her late teens, she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. Okay. Okay, cousin Bonnie and then sister. Okay. Maybe didn't say older sister or younger sister. Like, he especially likes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, who she calls completely bogus. I mean, at some point she also gets married, so. The marriage led her to double down on her passions, art, and the environment. She even married a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. She comes out strongly against the Roottrees company's effect on the local environment and rues how she was not able to convince her father Zach to make changes to policy. She also explains that her marriage to Mark led to the most volatile moments in her life, all negative, and that the only good thing he ever gave her was a daughter. Leaving them all behind for good has pushed her to pursue her true loves, art, and the beauty of women. Okay. So, this is probably Carolyn then, right? Carolyn Morden Mark Landon? Okay, that clarifies something else as well, doesn't it? Who this person is. Stephanie Cattrall. Sam. Okay. And I assume you're also a student. Maybe college now? I'm actually I don't know. Okay. Wait, did I Cattrall? Oh, I did it wrong way. Okay, yeah. Sam. Stephanie. Okay. Okay, and you're an artist. And we have your photo. Alright. Cool. Alright, I should probably stop playing now as well, because it's 3:30 in the morning.
On the phone, I said I owed you an explanation. But I can't reveal everything. Not yet. I'm sure this all seems like deception for deception's sake, so I'll try to explain why. It's true, I'm working with lawyers. But not the candy company lawyers. My publisher's lawyers. I'm on the verge of releasing a book, and it's not kind to the Roottrees. Especially Elias and the 5 Pieces. The truth often isn't.
Oh, is this going to be Sam?
But with the plane crash, the publisher is rightfully worried it'll look like I'm making things up to exploit a tragedy. So they're doing their due diligence. That's why you're here. To be sure there's enough evidence for an expert to unearth the whole story. If I tell you the whole story now, we can't prove that. I hope you understand. That said, I can say that the work you're doing is very personal to me. To my story, one spot on the tree is more important than the rest. You've likely noticed it. It's locked for now. I'll return one final time, after you fill it in. Also, there are fewer Roottrees left. In a sense, that makes it easier. Use process of elimination. It's also harder to verify when you're right. You'll need 4 blood relatives before they lock from here on out. I don't have any more evidence for you. But trust your intuition. If something has a high number, it's not a mistake.
Alright, I haven't even used that mechanic at any point.
You're getting closer and closer to the truth. I look forward to seeing you soon.
I didn't really understand it, to be honest. Okay. Yeah, I'll call it a night here, though. Let's see. I was going to put in author, though, but I guess it's already locked for farmer anyway, so... Could that be her? She's obviously younger here, but her hair looks totally different. Okay. How do I save and quit? Thank you. Alright then. Not sure how many people are here, but you know, if you enjoyed the background noise, I'm glad. And this is pretty fun. I do like these deductive games. I'll pick this back up tomorrow. See if we can finish it off. I don't know. It's probably going to get a bit slower from this point on, isn't it? Anyway, yeah. Cheers. Hope you enjoyed. Have a good night.